And we're live. Hello, 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 everyone. Welcome back to Take the Initiative and Late Night Gaming. I'm Rebel Traitor with Take the Initiative. I'm here with Royal Sabacc, also from Take the Initiative. You want to say hi?
Hello, everyone.
All right, we should be getting round one started here. They're asking us who we want. Let's take a look.
Playing God here a little bit.
Ooh, this one looks interesting. We've got Poe versus Yoda, round one. That's an interesting one.
That could be interesting.
Let's go for that one.
Sounds good.
Let's see, I'm gonna crop this, make it look nicer. Oh, what's that doing there? All right, so this is gonna be the first major tournament post suspension of Django et al. And we've got, I think, 35 players at least, if not more. So we're going to be at full 1K level prizes. They were worried about participation, but lots of people registered day of, so.
Excited to see what people are bringing.
All right. If you were playing today, what would you be on?
I mean, we were just talking about this, but I'd probably be on some version of CAD. I've been liking green a lot. But I always have Palpatine in my back pocket, as you know, so.
Yeah.
I would have to decide between those two.
I would probably be on Kira Green. I think the control decks get a lot from Django going away. Kira was really good into everything last format except for Django, and now he's out of here.
Yep.
And it looks like we're actually at 34 players, so we might be a little bit under the 1K threshold, but we're just about. I'm still calling it a 1K.
Yeah, I will as well. I really hope. I really want to see Yoda go far, because we saw a little bit. There was that one list at whatever that recent tournament was, the top
at Denver,
top
yeah.
16 was it, or top 32? I just think he's good, and he just hasn't we just haven't seen a lot of consistent results from him.
Yeah, it's the Yoda list is one that I've been experimenting with a lot post Denver. The one at Denver wasn't running home ones, which I thought was kind of weird. Like we played a league game and I loaded in with the exact list and I was like, "There's no home ones in this deck."
Yeah. Hey, but he topped, so
yeah.
Can't criticize the master. I really like resupply carrier and Yoda too.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't think he had that either, but I'm not an expert Yoda player by any means, so.
Yeah. I feel like in 60 cards with the Data Vault, you really want to get all the ramp you can.
Yeah. And coming out on 6, just getting Yoda turn early, even against the aggro decks, especially against the aggro decks, because he kills a unit. I feel like that just helps so much.
Yeah. All right. Players should be getting seated soon.
You said we have Yoda versus Poe.
We do? All right.
Good.
I'm going to go and update the main screen while we do that.
Sounds good.
It's what, Nicholas and Joseph? All right. I hope I got those players on the right side. We don't actually know. All right, I'm going to go and send us over to the main screen now. So yeah, due to popular demand, we're now side to side instead of up and down. Players the viewers in the community seem to like the side to side view better. We'll see how it does today.
Yeah. Fair.
And I've also
More
I've also
equal
got these
ground.
game win markers, and they're now updated because people said the green and red was not colorblind friendly. So I added this extra marker to indicate that one player had won. So yeah, you can see clearly who won what game. All right. Royal, are you on the melee as a staff?
I don't think I am, no.
Okay, so you can't see the deck list then, probably. I can take a look at these. I'm not going to show the lists, but I can look at them and tell you if there's anything really interesting. This Poe deck looks pretty much how you'd expect it to. It's got all the good aggro stuff. Yeah, with ECL.
Makes sense.
All the good stuff. He's got a Jex in there. We'll see if those come in. The Yoda deck list it's Yoda with Data Vault, and I think it's exactly the one from Denver.
Does it got the Starhawks and the Endless Legions in there?
Yeah, it does.
Fire.
No home ones. All right, I'm gonna go back to the waiting screen. It looks like they might take a little bit longer to get seated.
Yeah. Looks like they're delayed a couple minutes.
Is there anything the community can do to make the quality better? Not really. The quality basically depends a lot on the store internet and our internet. So there's not really much that you guys can do on your end. Yeah. Let's see. I can try doing oh, we're already doing that. Okay. It looks I see movement around the table. So we should be getting started soon.
Looks like they're getting set up. Any predictions on what'll come out on top early post Django?
I think it's going to be control decks. Kira's, Bosk's.
Solid prediction.
Let's see. Ooh,
DJ's gone too, so that helps them.
Data here. We have access to the deck list, so I can tell you exactly how many of each leader is represented. Just 1 second, because I need to upload all the data to Google Drive. Let me know if they get seated while I'm looking at all the data. Okay, we're gonna do that. Sort A to Z. It looks like... All right, so we've got... we should have 34 players, but not all of them, it looks like, have valid lists in. So this might not be 100%, but it's the best we got right now. So we got one Piet Colossus, one Anakin Colossus, one Boba ECL, that's the JTL Boba, one Boba Yellow, or two Boba Yellows actually, one Boba Daimyo Blue, one Bosk ECL, one CAD Blue, three CAD Tarkin Towns, one of the new Vaders on a yellow base, three Gar Yellows, two of the new Throns, one on green 30, one on Tarkin Town, one Leia green, one Luke red, that's Luke Hero of Yavin, I think that's a new one, with Tarkin Town, one Poe ECL, one Kira ECL, three Quinnland Tarkin Towns, one Yoda Data Vault, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Sabines, 6 ECL, 1 Tarkin Town. So it looks like it's Sabines that are coming out in force here.
Yeah.
And our players are sitting down.
Django is definitely a bit of a gatekeeper for her. So.
Let me now check if I got the players on the right side. It is Nicholas on Poe, Joseph on Yoda. I'm a fortune teller. They sat on the right side. All right, I'm going to go and start the timer now. The actual store timer might be a little bit off from what this is, but we're including it for a general idea.
Sounds good.
Nicholas sitting down to read Yoda.
Huh. Making sure he knows what he's playing against.
Yeah. Hoping for an Endless Legions finish here. I mean, this, Poe deck is pretty fast, so we may not get there, but I am hoping for it.
Well, maybe it'll be fast enough to get him within, 5 remaining health, so he can. You're my only hope.
Oh yeah.
But I would say that's still pretty tough to pull off.
I was gonna say Joseph has the Hyperfoil Data Vault.
Yeah, I can see that. Looking clean.
I haven't seen very many like foil bases ever. Because they don't do the normal ones in foil, do they? It's only the rare ones.
I couldn't tell you. That sounds right. I guess I haven't seen that many either. Now that I think about it.
Because I don't think I've ever seen one of the normal 30 bases in foil.
I don't think I own any, at least. A lot of hyperspace bases, but.
All right, looks like Nicholas is going to start us off. Plays Luke to the Grand Arena. That's going to be a regional governor. It looks like we are not getting audio from the table. I tried to set it up so that we would, but I think their camera might just not have a microphone on it. We just got in the chat, though, that Red 5 was the call. Wait, Red 5? No, Red 3. Okay. Is that Red 3 called off the governor? And onward.
I think that's a solid open from Yoda, but I don't. A 1/4 isn't exactly what you want to see into a 3/2 statted ground unit on the start.
Yeah. Now, was Joseph good enough to pull the resupply? All right, looks like black one coming down in space. I'm gonna refresh myself on what that card actually does. Two costs.
The Poe deploy.
2 cost 2/3. If you control Poe on attack, you can deal damage to a unit. While it's upgraded, it gets +1. But yeah, basically there. It's a great platform for the Poe leader.
For sure. It's got a 5/4 in space that pings now, so he's
Yeah.
pretty good.
And that governor's got just 1 health left.
Looks like Yoda brought out his own Luke.
Yeah. No ramp. Interesting, he trades Luke's. I probably would have thrown the governor in there, assuming that governor would probably die to Poe or to black one.
Not swinging it yet, though.
3 resources. I think Nicholas is a wing leader in hand. Which, it's gonna be Leia. Or that's Leia, that's right? Good. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's gonna be
calculating how much it is. Should be 6, I think.
Yeah, because the Leia gives +1.
Yeah.
Yep, and the governor bites it.
It's like a decently strong start for the Poe player here.
Oh, this is real good. Okay, Spark of Hope, though. That's important.
Gonna help.
Maybe he has the second one, and that's why he traded the Luke in.
That makes sense.
He was playing 5-dimensional chess there, and he's going to be able to flip Yoda next turn.
Now. That's why, like I said, I'm not a seasoned Yoda player. Double ramp on Ford's good.
Yeah.
Because he can defeat that black one on the flip next turn.
Most likely, yeah. Because it's equal to or less than, right? Or is it just less than?
Yep.
If it's yeah, because that black one is just 2 cost.
He might. It's possible he chooses to wait though, because the Poe is stuck out there and he's on his flip turn. But we'll see.
It's possible, yeah. I'd probably would.
Or not.
I mean, it depends on if he swings first, but I'd probably doing that no matter what.
That's fair. Yep. Swinging in.
Bringing him up to 14. That's a lot, but with Yoda flipping early, I'm not too worried if I'm Joseph.
He's at 7 too. He's got a lot of good plays ahead.
All right. He's at least going to slow roll the Yoda deploy, which makes sense. If you're not stopping the attack, no point in going early.
Yep.
Ooh, that's the new Falcon in space. The one that gets bumps for having pilots on it. All right, here he is. Boom. Is Leia 4 or 5 health? Do you remember?
4, I think.
That would be great because that lines up right into Yoda.
Yep. And into Obi.
Yeah. And it looks like black one's going to be the target. They're thinking about it though. Yep. Looks like Nicholas's hand is he's just gonna play that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. He's got 4 cause there, I saw.
Goes to base here.
Yeah, I think it's a wing leader is the other card. Yeah, interesting that the Yoda goes to base. I would probably wipe out that Leia personally.
Yeah, that's fair. I think he is on a 25 though, and at this point, Yoda's got so many resources that.
Yeah, I guess if you got the Obi up, you know, Leia's not doing much anyway, so. Melee link, we have the melee link somewhere, I think, but I'm not sure that it's public. And for those wondering about the quality, we're doing our best. It in large part depends on the store's internet, so it'll go up and down. But as the day goes forward and more people leave the venue, it'll get better. And I think right now we're doing better than we were in Denver.
It's like Poe just claimed instead of flipping.
Yeah. Ooh. All right, so quality's dropping a little bit. But for those that can't see it clear enough, we got the new Falcon and a Phoenix Squadron A-Wing in hand, or in the space arena for Nicholas. Leia on the ground, Obi and Yoda on Joseph's side. That's gonna be just Fleet Lieutenant coming down, hitting with the A-Wing. For takedown on the big Falcon before any pilots get on it. It looks like that's Rebel Assault and Wing Leader in Nicholas's hand. I think they might have resourced the Forward Cause. Okay, Christopher, you got us. It is intentionally lower because we do think it's funny.
Yep, you're getting pranked.
All right, and there we go. There's the Wing Leader, sort of a bit of a punish for not killing the Leia last round.
Yeah, still can't one-shot the Obi though.
Yeah. And let's see. It looks, yeah, Yoda's going to go to base. Joseph is saying, I can race you. And he might not be wrong. He's got an 8 health structural advantage from the bases, so he's actually in the damage lead right now, if you count it by remaining health.
Five, too.
All right, A-Wing, that's going to help him compete in space.
Is that a Poe I saw? I think Oh. Could see that coming down. ECL.
Oh, it might have been. So, okay, yeah, we were thinking last round Poe didn't deploy. It might have been that the judges didn't let him, which Poe should be able to deploy on the ground even when he's exhausted.
I did see they were taking a look at it. I assumed they didn't say anything.
That might have been what happened. We have a line to the judges so we can talk after the game, but we're not going to question their calls at the moment.
Obi gets taken out.
All right, does get the XP onto Yoda. Ooh, Tantive 4, that's massive.
Good one.
Did he not generate the X-Wing token? Or
Doesn't
can we
look
just not
like
see
it.
it?
Maybe he's looking for it.
Tantive, for those that aren't familiar, is 5/7 Sentinel that creates an X-Wing token. It is a mandatory effect.
There we go.
All right, there we go. Chewie. That is not big enough to get over the Tantive, though.
He does have the Rebel Assault in hand, though, so that would make it be able to.
Oh, you're right. You're right. It
At
would.
least I think unless he resourced it.
A-Wing goes to base there. Joseph's in race mode. Right now he's 2 Yoda attacks away from getting there. So all right, and the wing leader's gonna be the second unit to attack there off the Rebel Assault.
So he's at 18.
Gonna go down to 16. Bring Neglas up to 21. That's gonna be a forced claim from Nicholas. Kind of makes you think, like, why didn't he attack with Leia instead of the wing leader? Because Leia would have gotten more damage off and gotten the restore in. But it looks like that's gonna be a concede. Joseph takes it without even needing to go to the Endless Legions. All right. For those wondering about the field, we did a little bit of a overview before the round started, but the number 1 represented deck at this tournament is Sabine. 6 Sabine ECLs.
By quite a large margin, too, I think, right? Wasn't the second like 3 or 4? 3, I think.
Yeah, we can run it down again. But yeah, 6 Sabines, 3 CAD Target Towns, 3 Quinnland Target Towns. I think 3 Gar Yellows. And then there's a bunch of one-ofs. Pretty much, yeah.
Sounds right.
We had 2 Boba Yellows. And then a bunch of one-ofs. Yoda, Luke Red. That's the new Luke, the pilot Luke. Leia Green. 2 Throns. Oh, one of them's Target Town, one of them is green. 1 Vader green, or no, Vader yellow, sorry, and that's the new Vader, the JTL Vader. Bosk ECL, Boba Daimyo blue, Anakin Colossus, Piet Colossus. Kira ECL. Did I say that one? And Poe
Not
ECL
Yoda.
that we got on stream. And Yoda Data Vault, yeah. All right. Have you played much of this Yoda deck?
Not really, no. I mean, I've tooled around with some Yoda green, but it hasn't been this specific one. I like this one a lot, though. The double Spark of Hope on 4. It's pretty dirty.
Yeah. How many Han ones? We have none registered, yeah. That's actually kind of surprising. Although there are a couple players that didn't submit their list properly on Melee, so one of those might be a Han.
Maybe all the Han 1 players are just discouraged that they lost DJ.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Poe didn't use ECL last game.
He didn't deploy either.
Yeah.
But I don't think that was necessarily the misplay. I think he just decided. See an A-wing into a Chewie here from the Poe player.
Ooh, that's a nice line. Any JTL Hans? No JTL Hans.
Or a black one into a Chewie.
Yeah, either of those lines would be killer. That's going to be the black one. Luke on the ground for Joseph. It's probably better opening than Governor, unless you can get the Governor call right.
Yeah.
And there's Chewie.
So that's a 6/6 that pings.
Yep.
That's pretty good. It's definitely going to be hard to deal with, too. I don't think there's one specific card that would just take that out in the Yoda deck.
No, not really.
You're gonna have to make a couple trades.
Yeah, the way he dealt with the massive black one last game was flipping Yoda.
Yeah, can't even do that on this one.
And that was off a double ramp play on turn 3. All right, does have the resupply this game. Just reading Chewie again. I guess we should look up exactly what it does. It prevents being defeated, return to hand, or just defeated or return to hand. So it can take damage, it can be captured, but it can't be outright defeated. Oh, that makes it immune to Yoda also.
Yeah. It just says enemy card effects, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would cover Yoda.
It can be reduced out, so if he can get to a Luke to hit something for 6, that would do it.
Yeah. Until then, he's going to be taking some big hits, though.
Yeah. Did he? He might have missed the ping, or he might have chosen not to kill the Luke also.
Maybe, yeah.
Because you don't want to.
Doesn't even want Yoda to be able to cycle to find answers, maybe.
Yeah. Let's see. We also have, he has Starhawk, which if he can like do
True.
You're My Only Hope into that,
Mm-hmm.
that gets there. Oh, Confi on the Chewie.
Confiscate, yeah.
That works.
Didn't think about that one. It's definitely a big swing.
All right, Poe flipping onto the Falcon. That makes the Falcon a 6/5, right?
Yeah.
All right, blue leader.
Blue leader. That's good for sure.
And, oh yeah, and that lets him trigger the Yoda ability because the black one died. Joseph's taking some big hits, but as long as he keeps going,
turn this turn. Yeah.
He's got a lot of health with that data vault.
Yep. One away from the Yoda flip too.
Someone asked if this is a tournament. Yes, this is a constructed 1K. And Nicholas has initiative here. Probably just going to swing with that Falcon. Yep. Brings Joseph to 18. Joseph's base damage now old enough to vote. Luke just walks into that base. He's gotten 3 hits off now. Bringing Nicholas to 9. Let's see if we can get Nicholas's hand. Is that there's a rebel assault in there for sure. Did Joseph just claim? I think he did. Oh, Nicholas might have passed. Yeah, if Nicholas passed, I'm definitely claiming it's Joseph there. So now we're on to the Yoda flip turn. What round are we in? Oh, this is round 1. Oh, I just realized this overlay that I have doesn't have an indicator for what round it is. That should be easy enough to add, though.
All right, I got the video back up. Sorry, my internet just
wiped
out for a sec.
Wondering where you were.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get a
Wasn't
round
ignoring
indicator
you.
up. All right, Nicholas facing a difficult resource decision here. All right. Now, if you're Joseph, do you just YOLO Yoda here? All right, he's not going to do that. Gonna play Tantive. Be a bit safe. There is a good chance, though, that you hit something that kills that falcon. But there's also a chance you miss. Ooh, Chewie. That's a big falcon now. And it's immune to Yoda. Oh, does he not realize that it's immune? All right, so let's see if we can figure out exactly how big this falcon is. This should be it's Poe, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 attack and 10 health. Right?
The Falcon? What's on there? My mind's getting a little blurry.
It's Poe. Oh no. 8 health. It's Poe and Chewie.
Yeah.
That'd be 8 health.
8 health, 10
10
attack.
Yeah.
So that's big enough to run over the Tantive, but also if he does that, he dies to the blue leader.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sabine's masterpiece.
Hmm.
What was the point of that?
Interesting.
Masterpiece doesn't get any triggers.
Yeah, I think he was thinking that he could give an experience to the Falcon,
Oh, maybe.
so it wouldn't die. But the pilots are considered units, right? So
Yeah, they don't count. Yeah, that's probably what it was. That feels bad.
yeah.
All right, he's letting him take it
Going
back.
back.
That's good sportsmanship on Joseph's part.
Very gracious.
Yeah, this is the first round. All right, so it looks like we are gonna swing the Falcon into Tantive. Oh, I think that's an Endless Legions on top of Nicholas's deck that he just drew with the Yoda. Put something on the bottom.
Might have been the Endless Legion, sadly. Well,
And ooh, eject. That's big. Gonna pull off Poe. And he gets to draw a card too with eject, right? Or is that a May?
I'm not sure. It looks like he does though.
Okay. Yeah, that's mandatory. All right, Yoda. Ooh.
Is that a?
That's Annihilator.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I didn't know this list was on.
Oh, it looks like Yoda. So Yoda must be non-leader unit then, if
Yeah,
that's
I
not
think he is.
working. I honestly can't remember.
I'm pretty sure he is.
But yeah, Annihilator's the spicy tech with Endless Legions. Because what you can do is, if you pull it and a regional governor, it doesn't even matter what you destroy. You just get it just so you get to look at their hand and call the best thing with governor.
Oh yeah, that does make sense. Yeah,
And that definitely gets rid of any possibility of super laser blast with.
Yep. All right, so the Falcon does end up dying. Nicholas was able to maneuver it, so he's not in a horrible position. Yoda didn't get to kill anything, but I think Joseph is still very favored into this board state.
Yeah, I mean, he's 17 damage on 8 remaining health versus 17 with more power on board.
Oh, it looks like they're saying Yoda did defeat Poe, but Poe just redeployed. That's also possible.
I don't think he should be able to because it's non-leader. I'm pretty sure Yoda is non-leader.
Let's look this up. Yeah, Yoda is non-leader.
He might have just stayed out there too. I don't know.
Well, Joseph's got lethal on board.
Yeah.
He's gonna play Ewing for fun, though.
Maybe you'll find something spicy.
Yeah. For those that are wondering, I think this Joseph list is card for card or very close to it, the one from Denver. We're not going to show the list on screen, but he's running all the same spicy techs.
There's a Luke.
Poe's not a leader as an upgrade. He wasn't an upgrade at the time. He was on the ground. Not paying the Luke was a mistake. Probably, yeah. This Luke has been out since the first round of the game. There's Masterpiece, and I guess he doesn't use ECL. He's quiet quitting the match. Sorry, that's mean. He might have just forgot that he still had an ECL open.
Yeah. Don't think it would have made the difference though, so.
Yeah.
Strong starts from Poe both games, but Yoda recovered.
Yeah. Yeah, the data vault gets you so much health, and he didn't even really come up because I think he only got up to like 18 damage at most.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's just all this Yoda value stuff is crazy, and the ramp.
Very true. Yeah, he got to that flip, 2 turns earlier and then 1 turn earlier. So, and then he just started swinging base and healing. So those 6 damage swings, I think, won him the game.
That is Yoda data vault, not Colossus. All right, let's see. Let's check on some of our other matches. Specifically, I'm looking at Loopy. Did Loopy win? Where is
What was he
there
playing
he is.
against?
Oh, he's still going. He's playing against Thrawn Green. That would have been a fun one. We should have got that match.
Yeah.
All right. For those that are just joining us, we're at, I think, 34 players now. Yeah, 34 players. And we've got 32 of the deck list. 2 of the deck lists were not submitted properly, so don't know what they are. But based on what we have, the meta is very tilted towards Sabine. 7 Sabines, actually. 6 with ECL, 1 with Tarkentown. And we've got 3 CAD Tarkentowns, 3 Quinnland Tarkentowns, 3 Gar Yellows, and then a bunch of 1 and 2 ofs. most of what you expect. No one that we know is registered with Han though, either green or yellow. We got one person playing Bosk, but it's ECL, not blue. And we've got one Kira ECL. Ooh, I want to check on the Kira ECL, see how they're doing.
Secretly always rooting for Carries, yeah.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, and that's what I would have brought if I were playing today. They are still playing. It's against a Sabine. All right. We should be back in about 15 minutes or so for round 2. I'm going to go ahead and send us to a little break, play some music for you guys. And we'll be back soon for round 2. All right, everyone, we're back. Early. Not all the games went to time, so we should be starting round 2 here pretty soon. And we've got I'm Rebel Traitor take the initiative. Royal Sabacc also with us again, and joining us for the first time this round, TowerNumber9. Want to say hi?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Good to be here.
Good to have you.
Yeah, we should be getting over to our table shortly for another exciting round of Star Wars Unlimited.
I think we're
Any
gonna have
idea
Kira
on,
versus Gar here. That's what I requested at
Sounds
least.
good. That's what I was about to ask. That'll be an interesting game for sure.
And while we're here, I'm gonna add an indicator of what round it is because I forgot to do that.
2 of 6.
There we go. Round 2, and yeah, we should have 6 rounds today, and then cut to top 8. Let's see, I'll add this.
Kira versus Gar should be an interesting match. I'm not actually sure who's favored in that. But.
Now, it's interesting to me. I think one of the reasons that people were playing Gar is that it was perceived as a potential counter to Jango Fett. So it's interesting that Gar is sticking around now that Jango is suspended, but we'll see how it does.
Yeah.
Yeah. I will say if I was Kira, I'd feel pretty good about it.
I do
you
think
feel good about
I do
anything
think
with Kira.
Kira is a somewhat more proven generalist competitive deck, but we'll have to see how it goes.
I would agree with that, yeah.
All right, so our Gar player is Jim, and our Kira player is Brian. So we got Brian on the left, Jim on the right. I see Tower. Are you in the video room?
The VDO room.
Yeah. There's a link I put in the production group chat a bit further up.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Because that's where you can watch the stream. All right, shout out to everyone at Misty Mountain Games for making this a smooth tournament. They've been great to work with. They've let us request what tables to stream, so we've been able to bring you some exciting matchups. And yeah, everything's just running really smoothly. They're always a great team to work with. And if you're watching us on Late Night Gaming, Ryan Warner from Rebel Resource will be on later tonight at 9:30 Central, 7:30 Pacific, I believe. That's what Loopy told me. And that next week they're going to have some people on from across the network. So be sure to tune into Late Night Gaming.
I think they're getting set up here.
Yeah, just shuffle them
Good
up.
looking Kira. That's a good looking Kira showcase. I think the 25 HP might be a bit of a drawback for the Kira player, just because, obviously Gar tends to be a bit aggressive. And the soft control elements of Kira might be a bit weaker into shields. But,
They're rolling it up, got some nice big dice here, and looks like our Gar player is going to win that roll off. There's the handshake, and let's get going.
See, this curate list is ECL, which I think is the right way to run it now. Gandark said this matchup was practically an auto loss for Gar. Yeah, I remember, I think the last time I streamed this might have been the Seattle Planetary Qualifier, where Gandark got matched up into it in top 8, and it was real one-sided for Kira.
Oh. I really haven't been following Kira much. What exactly does she play in the new set?
There's not much from the new set that you bring in, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe Idens, maybe the Onyx Squadron Brute. Trying to think. Sometimes you might bring in Annihilator, but it's mostly the same as it was last set. Some versions are playing the MC30, but not many. That might just be me, actually.
Some of those
I
new
yeah.
capital ships are pretty interesting to me.
I do like the MC30 with ECL. I think it could be good.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Although
we've seen
it's-
Krennic removed by Power of the Dark Side and replaced by a crafty smuggler, which I think is kind of a funny demonstration of how good that 2/2 shielded profile is. Crafty Smuggler sees play in competitive decks, and there are cards that are Crafty Smuggler but with direct upside that exist in the game,
yeah. And
like
it's
Director Krennic or L337 in those heroism builds.
and in this deck it's a 3/2 because of the Gar.
Yeah. Gar likes those even more than some of the other builds.
All right, Brian played resupply here, which means Kira's online. Flipping it here isn't terrible, although you might want to get a little bit more value out of it. But it's a nice way to remove that shield.
Kira could potentially be big too if he swings into that smuggler.
Yep. Ooh, client
That
definitely
would
would
make
want to
it
wait it.
much easier to trade. Yeah.
It looks like, yeah, he's not going to take the trade right now. He's got Barrage in hand, which looks pretty nice right now. Also got like No Glory, a couple other things that could take out the client. Also has the Devastating Gunship, which can kill the Crafty here.
Pulling it over.
Ooh, that's an interesting move.
Swings it into the client.
Doesn't kill anything, but I don't know. Means this Crafty can now just
Yeah.
kill Kira. Yeah.
The client is I think maybe high on the list of the cards that have been most overrated in this game, and that people thought it was going to be like incredibly broken, and it ended up being merely quite good. But in a Gar Saxon deck where you get that +1 power for having the shield, he does a lot better.
Ooh,
Yeah. I would
Corvus coming
definitely agree
down.
with that.
No Glory only results removes the client. Not a great deal for the Kira player, but at least keeps the board small. And then, yeah, we see Corvus from Gar Saxon. That is a 4/5 with Restore 2, and it has this special ability to pull upgrades or pilots onto it that isn't very relevant when it's the only unit you have on the board.
Yeah. All right. So, what leader is Brian? Brian is on Kira. So we're going into 7 resources for Brian, 6 for Jim. So that's the guard deploy online.
Yeah, and Kira already deployed and was dealt with, but that Kira deck has ramped up a bit and is headed towards its powerful late game plays, and I'm not sure what exactly our guard deck is going to be able to pull together to contest it in that end game.
The guard can do some big burst damage with like jetpack or something.
Yeah, jetpack, hotshot blaster.
Asteroid
Okay, looks like
Sanctuary.
that's Yeah, Asteroid Sanctuary exhausts a unit that's already exhausted, but it does give a shield to Corvus, which is not only going to protect it from that gunship, but is also going to allow it's also going to allow Corvus to get +1 power from Gar Saxon's ability. So now swinging for 5, Kira uses her leader ability on the devastating gunship, which is going to both damage it, useful because the gunship has grit, but also give it a shield. So that gunship is itself now going to be swinging for 5 with a shield. Would normally allow it to take out Corvus, but that Asteroid Sanctuary may have been quite well timed here for our Gar Saxon player.
Oh, you're right. Asteroid Sanctuary
Ooh, and there's a
only
Waylay.
gives a shield to 3 cost or less unit.
Oh, good point. Yes, that shield actually should not be on there.
Looks like they're figuring that out now.
All right. So the Waylay was big there. Bounced the gunship, which means the barrage in Brian's hand is not online.
Yep.
It also would have been able to one-shot the Corvus minus the shield.
Yeah. Yeah, but Kira's always going to give the shield to the gunship anyway. So, Kira's got an Avenger in hand.
Yeah, I mean the gunship could have one-shotted the Corvus.
Oh, yeah, the gunship could have, yeah. All right. Walker coming in.
Reinforcement Walker. Now, this is also a pretty decent target for a potential overwhelming barrage. And additionally, the on attack and when played ability is going to provide substantial healing or card draw for our Kira player. Another Waylay here would be great. Doesn't look like he has it. It's going to be a tie advanced buffing Corvus here. Corvus swinging on in. I think that's going to be 7 damage. And then we might see, yeah, 1 for a snapshot reflexes on Gar as well, swinging in for, I think, an additional 6 damage. You know, as bad as this matchup might be for Gar, according to what we had heard earlier, it doesn't seem to be going badly for him at all right now.
Look, he might have it here.
Yeah, in fact,
Yep.
yeah, the Arkira player's packing it up. That's it.
Okay.
So first round win for Gar Saxon. Now,
Yeah,
what do you think about the base selection here for Kira?
I think it's totally correct at this moment. The only reason you really ran 30 ever was for Django. But with Django out of the meta,
I will say that as someone who is playing Sabine recently, I would much rather play into ECL than 30 for Kira.
I think you're totally wrong. The ECL is so good into Sabine because it lets you play things like the gunship and Gideon to get over their units. It's a bit less health, but you make up for it every time with the tempo advantage.
Yeah, I've just found that the game often gets into that state of like the opponent has stabilized. Can I kill them with reach damage? And on 25, that's easier to accomplish. I do agree that like ambushing a devastating gunship and potentially killing 2 things is a super good play, though.
I think it's a bit worse in this matchup just because the ECL is a bit rough into some of the shielded units.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. I think Gar Saxon is more resilient to some of these things thanks to his shields.
All right.
And like you were saying, RT, this Car-Saxon deck does some burst damage, I think. I mean, that was 2 rounds of damage that won the game there.
We've just received word that after this, there's going to be about a 20-minute lunch break. And shout out to the store, because the store is buying pizza for the tournament.
Hey, that's a good deal.
Brian is on Kira, for those asking. Kind of is difficult to see which one it is for the showcase.
Like they're still siding in here.
All right. We've got about 150 concurrent viewers across both channels, Late Night and TTI. So thank you to everyone for tuning in on this day. We've got about 34 players here. Most represented deck of the day is Sabine, for those wondering.
Which do we have information on which base is being played?
It's ECL. 6 ECLs, 1 with Target Town.
Interesting. Okay. Personally, I am a yellow Sabine fan these days, but it'll be interesting to see if that, like, what that will look like after some, after some changes and testing and so on with some of the new cards.
Yeah, I wonder how Yellow Sabine has changed in this set. I haven't seen a ton of people on it.
Yeah, I think at least before the suspensions, I felt more confident in it relative to Green Sabine. But I would want to do some more testing, and also if we do see a bunch of control decks coming back, I think red has historically been double red Sabine has historically been very strong against control.
Double red? Really? I haven't seen much double red Sabine at all.
No, I mean, so I think that we haven't really had the type of meta where it's great since honestly set 1.
That's fair.
But into control, double red has access to aggression. It has potentially Chaos of War as an answer to the decks that draw a large number of cards. It's very good against upgrades. It has some interesting stuff going for it, but I think it really is specifically against control decks where it shines more, and that's not where we're at right now.
Fair.
But maybe it will be with those changes now.
No, I definitely think control is gonna. You were saying this earlier, RT. You think it's gonna be a control-oriented meta post Django?
Maybe not oriented, but I think the control decks get a lot more.
Yeah. At least they get buffed.
I think it's gonna be pretty wide
At least
open.
soft control, yeah. I mean, obviously, as we're saying right now, I definitely think Sabine's back and big.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you look at the PQ results from the previous set, we had Han on top, and then we had Sabine and Django behind. And of those 3 top decks, 2 of them, one of them just got removed from the game. One of them got nerfed, and Sabine is kind of the last one standing.
Yeah, that's true. And I think both of those other top 2 decks had good matchups into Sabine, so it helps a lot.
All right, Kira gets the ramp. That's what you want to see. Ooh, Phantom.
That's where the ECL is going to come in handy, probably.
For sure.
Lurking TIE Phantom, a very odd card. It can be, in some ways it can be countered very easily, but on the other hand, it is extremely strong if it is not countered.
Yep.
It also confers immunity to cards like Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest because you can select it and then have it not be defeated.
All right, Brian does have Devastating Gunship in hand, but he can't get to it this turn. What card is that? Is that Iden?
Iden. Yeah. That's going to
Ooh.
be tough to deal with.
Yeah.
That's going to be very tough to deal with. That's swinging for what, 7? 8?
4, 5, 6. Yeah, 8.
Yeah. Because you can't barrage that, can't ECL. Or not really, with the shield. Might need to find a no glory.
Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, that would do it.
Or
Oh wait,
Traitorous.
he just picked up Traitorous.
Yeah,
You're
that's
right.
better actually. I didn't predict that, by the way. I saw him draw Traitorous and said or Traitorous.
Boom. Now, did Jim bring in confiscates? Is the question. If he did, that'd be a blowout. We don't even know that he has them, but
Even if he did, yeah, he might. I don't think he saw Traitorous last game, so. And are the lists open?
they're not open. I have access to them, but
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's you know, there are a lot of events where lists are not public until the cut or
Yeah,
similar.
I figured.
all right.
I mostly-
Waylay
Yeah.
used on the Phantom. You're fine with that, as you know, Traders is basically taking up 3 cards.
Yeah. And you have that devastating gunship if you really need to deal with it next turn.
Yeah.
ECLing that, I mean.
And Jim's only on 5, so he can't replay it immediately. Even one hit from that Phantom, though, has left Brian at 14 damage, which is a lot.
True.
Brian might be contemplating a Kira flip here. Decides against it.
All right, what are we looking at here? Looks like a surprise strike. The Humble Onyx Squadron tie swinging in for 5 damage.
Puts him to 19. Getting low.
He
Only
does
6
have
left.
Vigilance in hand.
Yeah, it might be a good time to get that going. I mean, if the Onyx Squadron tie is defeated, it will heal Gar Saxon's base, but I can't imagine that Kira cares very much about that at this point in the game. I think that's really something that is more being considered. When you're very clearly the beatdown, as I think Gar Saxon is in this matchup, HP on your base does not matter that much until the opponent starts turning the corner. And I don't think that point is going to happen for some time. So Kira would probably be fine with allowing Gar Saxon to heal by clearing that tie.
I think you're totally right. He's also got to be very careful of jetpack here, because he's only got 6 health left. All right, Brian thought it through, and he's going to start swinging here. All right, and there's that Vigi. Heal 5. Probably pop the Onyx. Is he gonna pop his own super laser? Is that what he's thinking?
Thinking about it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. I wonder what is he? He has a maul, a gunship, and
Yeah, I'm not sure what the other card is.
that last one. Because this puts him at 7. Is there an 8 cost that he really wants to play action 1?
Maybe super laser. Maybe. All right. Okay. So hot shot blaster gonna come in, swing for 7.
7 more.
Yeah. Unless Brian has some real good 8 cost, it looks like it's a Fellow Dragon and Inferno 4. Yeah, because what he can do is he can flip Kira here, and that's gonna let him kill the Gar.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yeah, I'm not sure.
even if
I
he does
agree
that,
with
he's dead to surprise strike next turn. He defeated his own unit with Mo 2, yeah. Are you allowed to wait? Are you allowed to do that on Vigilance?
I would need to look at it. Yeah, you can defeat a
Okay.
unit.
All right. Kira's gonna flip here. She pretty much has to trade with the Gar.
Hotshot comes back to hand too.
Yeah.
Probably will put that back in the row.
Flipping the Kira did cause the high-low to go back down to 1.
Yeah.
That's not too important at the moment. All right, does Jim have the surprise strike? Not killing Ty doesn't make sense. I totally agree. Yeah. All right, Aiden. He's got Fell the Dragon for it, so he's not going to die.
Yeah.
Is that Fell the Dragon? That is going to trigger that heal, but as we were discussing, I don't think Kira's very worried about giving Gar that heal.
You're right. Now if Brian can
what's
pick
going
up
on with Gar's resources? Did he forget to ready those?
No, he
He just
played the
played
Aiden.
Aiden.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The pilot Aiden. Okay.
If Brian can pick up an Avenger next round, he might actually be happy that he killed his super laser here.
Ooh, Lurking TIE Phantom, though, does not die to Avenger.
Ooh, yeah.
He does
had
Now,
an
if there's a
Inferno
no
for at
glory
one
only
point.
results, that can be used to remove the Lurking TIE Phantom. We could also see a perilous position, potentially. One swing from that Phantom ends the game, though. So if he didn't draw an answer, that could be it.
Or
He's
ECL
got
with any space unit.
gunship, yeah.
Yeah, ECL on a space unit, also a good answer. Looks like it is going to be ECL. Yep, devastating gunship. Can't kill it with the when played ability, so does have to actually use ECL and swing in, but that does put some damage on it, which enables grit. And now I think our Gar Saxon player might be in some trouble.
Yeah. Gar doesn't have anything that comes in ready, does he?
He could be playing sneak attack, but I don't know if that's in this build.
See, I can actually check.
His best bet might be to try to develop multiple units here so that he has something to allow to die to Avenger. Director Krennic comes out, but our Kira player plays a Pike Sentinel there, which is going to prevent Krennic from attacking the base directly. Zagarian Starhopper for Gar.
That
Really needs more than that.
Yeah, so yeah, I looked it up. Jim's not playing sneak attack or anything that comes in ready. So from this point, it looks real good for Brian. But he does have to be careful. Oh, the gunship needs to go back to hand.
Covering the wing. Makes him have 5 power in space, so that's something. I don't see an immediate answer to space in Kira's hand.
Well, the gunship should be in his hand, which...
Oh, right.
Okay, there we go. They got it.
Yes, that's an answer.
So that can kill the X-Wing.
Yeah.
But the Zagarian is going to be difficult. Where did he get the...
Yeah.
Oh, got the shield from covering the wing. That's what it is.
Mhm.
But if Jim has Surprise Strike in hand...
Should ready up his Pike Sentinel there, too.
Yeah.
Oh, he hasn't even ready yet. Never mind. Comes the gunship to take out the X-Wing.
One snapshot, and that's going to be it.
Forward base.
Oh,
Pulled it out. There's 2-0 for the Gar Saxon player. Maybe
Yeah.
it wasn't as bad of a matchup as we thought.
Yeah. He was able to sneak on in there. Now, yeah, I mean, there's a pretty aggressive style with Gar these days. I think that it's kind of interesting. I don't know that I would describe it as an outright aggro deck, but it's a pretty aggressive deck, and it's aggressive despite having a leader that deploys on 6 resources. So typically speaking, the more aggressive the deck is, typically speaking, the more aggressive your deck is, the more favorable it is to have a leader that deploys early.
Yep.
But you know, maybe a 6 resource leader can be aggro.
That power boost definitely makes Scar able to play as just the straight up aggro deck in certain matchups, and I would say this is one of them.
Yes, Django is banned for this event. Triple Dark Raid is not, though. They're not recognizing that one. I'm kidding.
They didn't wanna.
All right. Let's see if we can check on our other matchups. Loopy won is round 1, but still playing round 2. Let's see what else is doing well. Looks like we got one Quinnland at 2-0 so far. And the Sabine Tarkentown is 2-0. That's interesting.
Nice. I was a big Sabine Tarkentown fan in the early days. It might be time to check that one out again.
Yeah. Looks like one of our other Gars also won. So we got 2 Gars at 2-0. All right. What is Loopy running today? Quinnland, Tarkentown.
There was 3 total Quinnlands, right? That's what you said.
Yep, 3 Quinnlands, all Tarkentown.
Maybe Gar will continue to stay on top if we've got 2 2-0s now.
Yeah, it's possible. All right. So there should be about 20 minutes left in this round. Then after that, they're going to do a 20-minute lunch break. And I kind of want a lunch break myself. So we're going to see you a little bit. Any P at red? No P at red, but there is 1 P at blue. So we're going to go to the waiting screen, and we will see you in a bit.
I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. I don't think so. No, 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 no. It's never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. I don't think so. No, 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 no. Maybe someday you'll have it your way. Maybe someday it'll all work out. Until then, nope, a nope, a nope, a nope, definitely nope, a nope, nope, a nope. Probably never, ever, 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 ever gonna happen. Oh no.
And we're back. Hello, everyone. Should be going to round 3 in about 3 minutes. We've got. I requested a table with a Vader yellow.
Which Vader are we talking there?
The jump to lightspeed one, the pilot one.
Nice. Yeah, Pilot Vader's an interesting leader. Do you know what that player was matched up against?
I believe Han yellow.
Okay.
Yeah. So I know we said earlier there were no Hans, but there were 2 unknowns, and it turns out one of those unknowns was a Han. The other was another Sabine.
Okay.
So I guess we can give a rundown of all the decks. We got 7 Sabine ECLs, also another Sabine Target Town, which I think is 2-0 right now. Actually, I think I'm wrong. No, I'm right. It is. 2-0 right now. So hopefully we can get them at some point. 3 Gar yellows, 3 Cad Target Towns, plus a Cad blue. 2 Boba yellows. That's the JTL Boba. 3 Quinnland Target Towns, and then we got 13 One-Os, which is Piet blue, Anakin blue, Boba ECL, that is the JTL Boba, Boba Daimyo blue, Bosk ECL. We already mentioned the CAD blue, the Vader yellow.
Boba Daimyo blue. That's interesting.
Yeah, we got Thrawn green, Thrawn Tarkentown, Leia green, Luke Tarkentown. That is the JTL Luke. Poe ECL, Kira ECL, Yoda Data Vault, and that Han yellow.
Okay.
And our undefeated right now, we've got 9, 3 Sabines, 2 ECLs, and the 1 Tarkentown version. 2 Gar yellows, 1 Quinnland, that Vader yellow we were talking about, the Han yellow, and the Anakin Colossus.
Should be interesting to see what happens. This is really one of the first events we're going to get that's using the new post suspension meta, and I think it's really gonna be shaking some things up. Do you have any predictions as to what's going to end up on top here, Rebel Trader?
I mean, Sabine's looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but being the only one of the top decks in the previous set that didn't get nerfed seems like it means a lot, but we'll have to see. And it looks like we have the players on screen now. They're getting set up.
And there's a Tarkentown, which means I don't think we got our Vader game.
Alas. Oh yeah, it looks like we have a. Oh, this is going to be interesting though. Looks like we have Pilot Luke double red with Tarkentown versus a double yellow Han 30 HP.
Really? That doesn't make sense to me.
I think that's what I'm seeing there. It looks like Pilot Luke.
It does, yeah. But it doesn't say
Wait,
that.
he might have been trolling.
Okay.
Or we may have had someone at the wrong table. It looks like he's packing his stuff up. Maybe we're gonna get that Vader here after all.
I think we might. Because this is the one Han yellow in the tournament.
But yeah. Okay, so maybe somebody went to the wrong table. Ooh, the old school. We got the Netrunner old school box there. Let's see what happens here. And yeah, there we go. It is Pilot Vader. Both players running 30 HP yellow bases.
Yeah. I did get a chance to look at this Vader yellow list. It's very aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah. Most expensive cards are Barrage and the Genoshan patrol ship.
Wow.
And I guess the
so top
Dornian
off at 5
gunship.
resources.
So yeah.
Okay. I've seen some interesting lists with Pilot Vader. I've actually seen some people playing the Unity of Purpose with him, but seems very unlikely given this isn't a double green deck. But generating all those ties can be pretty interesting. And then of course Han Yellow 30 HP, at one point one of the strongest decks in the meta, but recently had a relatively important suspension, losing DJ, which was a key part of the deck's plan against control decks in particular. Should be interesting to see how it does after that suspension has gone through.
All right, let's see. Let me look at this Han Yellow list, see what they're doing, because there's a lot of ways to build that. Looks like this one's got...
Yeah, they're shuffling on up.
Not too much of the more expensive stuff. He's got the Han and Mando pilots in there. No Han units.
Is he running the Rebels package?
Not the full thing, no.
Okay.
He's got 3POs in there, but no like fleet lieutenants or wing leaders.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see kind of some different Han builds, and now that DJ's out, it could be interesting to see where people go. I think I see Lando's Falcon in the hand. We got the we got Ezra Bridger in there. Is our Han player playing Bamboozle?
Ooh, I should check. Nope.
All right. Well, they're starting things off as a Gary
Oh, wait, actually-
Starhopper here for Vader.
I lied. There are 2 bamboozles in there.
Bamboozle is a very, very strong counter to pilot leaders, able to return upgrades to hand, which on a pilot leader actually just defeats them. So we'll see whether or not that's going to come into play here for pilot Vader. I think there's a reasonable argument for heading to the ground arena to avoid that. Now, Han goes up to 3 resources and plays the Falcon, but it's actually the new Falcon, the one that gets buffed based on number of pilots on it, which means that he's not going to be able to clear the Zagarian Starhopper immediately. Normally, starting space into a Han deck is very risky because the Millennium Falcon can clear most starting ships on that first turn. All right.
That was the Han pilot played, it looks like. Gonna be swinging for 6.
All right. Yeah, Han pilot. He's just focusing on pushing damage through.
All right, there's our first Vader trigger. Mega TIE
Yep.
fighter.
What did our Vader player play this turn?
Resupply.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
It's gonna go into 5 resources here.
Spark of Rebellion. Looks like we see No Good to Me Dead, Basic TIE Fighter, Overwhelming Barrage, and is that what is that card?
I think I can't remember the title of it, but it's attack with a vehicle. It gets +2 for the attack.
Oh, Punch It. Yeah, okay. So that's 1 for attack with a vehicle, and it gets +2. What do you take here, Rebel Trader, if you're our Han player?
Let's see. How big is that Falcon right now? It's 6 power or 6 health?
6 power. No Good to Me Dead on the Falcon would be rough. Overwhelming
Yeah.
Barrage is probably the strongest card in the hand.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And
is
it could be used this turn, but it doesn't have good targets. It can't actually kill the Falcon. So yeah, I think I would go No Good to Me Dead, and our Han player agrees.
Yeah.
So let's see what we have here.
There's a question about like whether you barrage here.
You could barrage and then just like crash into him or like get the bonus stats. Or so. The thing is, he's not going to make good use of his resources if he doesn't barrage. Yeah, so he does go for it. He's going to throw 4 damage on that Falcon.
This is.
I probably would have 3 left.
I probably would have attacked with a unit first.
Ooh, Mandalorian pilot.
Ooh.
Ouch. That's going to get the exhaust on the unit that used the barrage. Now, Vader's ability is not going to be able to go off as it requires a non-token unit to attack. This TIE can attack for a damage either to that Falcon or the base. Goes for the Falcon. 5 damage on there, but it's been buffed up further by the Mandalorian. And it gets an additional +1 for having another pilot. So this thing's actually hitting very hard now.
Yeah. It's hitting for what, 3,
that a
4,
10
5, 6,
damage
7,
hit?
8, 9. Yeah, 10 damage. And it's 4, 5, 6,
Yeah,
7, 8
removing that
health.
no good to me dead is definitely looking like the right decision here for our Han player. And if Vader can't stop that thing fast, he's going to be in big trouble.
Yeah. This is going to be the Vader deploy turn.
Dare
And
he
also-
deploy Vader onto that ship?
I don't know. I mean, it might be his only way to answer it.
Yeah.
Let's see.
5 resources, another barrage, throwing 4 damage on there again.
I think that kills it, right?
I believe Mandalorian pilot doesn't give very much HP, so yeah, I think it's
just
done.
1. Yeah.
Okay. So you know what? That's a pretty good overall outcome, I think, for our Vader player. We could see Lando's Falcon ambush in here and take out that Starhopper, though, I believe.
Yep.
Or is he only
it's
on
in
5
hand.
resources?
He's on 5, yeah, but
He can use
go
Han's
to
ability
6.
to go up to 6.
But that provides a window for Vader to deploy onto the
True.
Starhopper.
Oh, interesting. Is he gonna do it? Oh, it's risky, but he goes
Yeah.
for it. Vader pilot on that Starhopper. It now is a massive unit, and deploying Vader pilot also spawns 2 TIE fighter tokens. Han deploys. Swing
And-
for massive damage. What is that, 9 damage on that thing?
Yep, 9. Vader's +5, and also 2 from the barrage.
We're seeing some hugely upgraded. We are seeing some hugely upgraded vehicles here. We might pilots are in play. Han in for another 4 though, and now Vader is only on 10 HP. That is really not a lot of hit points.
Another normal TIE fighter coming down for Nick.
Yeah.
Ooh, Zori.
Zori Bliss smuggled out. I think our Han player may have decided, Vader has some strength in space, but what I'm going to do is just take him out on the ground. By bringing out these ground units, it lowers Vader's ability to interact. Let's see what we got here.
Han has a pretty substantial damage lead right now.
Yeah. Board-wise, I would say the players are probably roughly equal, but the substantial HP gap, I think, means Han is very ahead. In fact, we could see this game ending this turn if there's some kind of pump for Han. He has 8 damage on the board. All he needs is a hotshot blaster to make that 10.
And I'm pretty sure he has one.
Yeah, whereas we have 10 damage on the board for our Vader player, technically a bit better, but he has to make up more of a distance, and I suspect this game is going to go Han's way, but we'll have to see how it goes. Of course, both of these players are playing cunning and could have some nice little tricks on the way, so we'll see how that goes.
All right, there's that hot shot you were talking about. And
Oof.
Nick's going to call it.
Yeah, wrapping it up. Doesn't have a way to exhaust or otherwise answer Han, or maybe he does, but realizes he just lose on the first action of next turn. Yeah, that new Falcon, the jump to Lightspeed Falcon there with multiple pilots, just put the damage on too fast, I think, and put Han too far ahead in that race.
Yep.
All right. Now we're going to go to sideboarding here, see what these players are going to bring in.
Let's see. I can pull up the sideboards. We're not going to show them, but I can talk about them. Vader's got outmaneuver in the sideboard.
Interesting.
Yeah, that could actually be
if we
helpful.
see the game going into a state like we saw in that last one, where one player has ground and one player has space, outmaneuver can be an excellent card.
The Han player looks like has just a bunch of expensive cards, mostly in the sideboard. Also Ahsoka's. Ahsoka might come in. But I don't know if we're going to see all the expensive stuff come in.
Yeah, it's hard to say. At least that last one was a pretty straightforward aggro race type scenario where some of that expensive stuff might not have time to come into play.
Bamboozle needs to be banned. I don't know. What do you think about Bamboozle?
Bamboozle is a yeah, Bamboozle is an interesting card. I think that ideally I think Bamboozle would not kill pilot leaders. I don't know how exactly that's gonna I don't know how exactly that is gonna be handled. I personally don't think it needs to be banned, but I would personally prefer to see a rule book change making it so that Bamboozle did not immediately kill pilots. Like change the rules so that it says, if an effect would return an enemy leader pilot to its owner's hand, that ignore that part of the effect or whatever. I don't know what the precise rules friendly wording would be, but I think that I do think that Bamboozle should not kill pilot leaders for potentially 0. That's just kind of a crazy interaction. It also does some funky things where, so for instance, Bamboozle kills Pilot Luke even though he can't normally be defeated by upgrade removal. Bamboozle returns unit Pilot Luke to hand, and therefore gets around his bounce onto the ground thing because it's not actually defeating him. It's just a very, very strong card against pilots in general.
Yeah, I think it's important to have some kind of balance to pilots because I don't want to be in a world where my opponent can just flip and do a bajillion damage and there's nothing I can do, right?
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, I think that if we had everybody make a huge tower of piloted ships meta, I think that would also be not optimal. But I do think that there are ways that you could nevertheless interact with with pilots, even if Bamboozle didn't kill pilot leaders.
All right. I was gonna say we got word from the judges. Adam is apparently one of the easiest Han players to judge because he does such a good job of keeping track of all the resources and stuff. Didn't have
Nice.
any issues game 1, so I believe it.
Yeah. I think Han is a relatively complex leader, and it's definitely not the easiest thing to play in the world. But I think an experienced player can make that an easier situation. All right, looks like we're gonna be starting game 2 here, and let's see where we go.
All right. What's that name of the card? Kajimi Patrollers. The one that makes a
what's that? The
token.
Kajimi Patrollers or whatever?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just a 1/1
But
that makes a token.
they're quickly shot down by the Falcon. Now that does leave our Vader player with a tie on the board, but the problem with this is that because it is a token unit, it cannot be used to activate Vader's ability, and this is kind of the classic worry that you have to have if you're starting space into a Han player.
Falcon is a great turn 1 play for any Han deck, especially if you play Space Unit into it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one of the things about the Falcon. If you're playing aggressively, even if the opponent doesn't lead with a space unit, just bringing that out and putting some damage on your opponent's base is not at all a joke.
It would be really nice for Nick as a copy of Punch It here to answer the Falcon.
Yeah, that's true. A Punch It here would enable that tie to take out the Falcon, since it has the 1 damage on it from taking out the Kijimi patrollers, and our Vader player would still have 2 resources with which to potentially bring out some other card. We could also see something like Surprise Strike, which could be interesting.
Yeah. Ooh, Hotshot defeated out of the resource row. If you didn't catch it, he has another one in there also. But he's also got a couple non-smuggle cards. So I'm kind of surprised that he would do that.
Swing at the base, it looks like. 1 damage to base.
Bodhi,
Ooh,
kinda
and now we
nasty.
see Bodhi Rook.
Ooh.
And a lot of
That's a
events there.
tough play.
Man, this is not I think what our Vader player wants to see. We could easily see, so I assume his plan this turn was to resupply, and our Han player can potentially block that. There is also, though, a No Good to Me Dead and an Overwhelming Barrage. What do you think here, Rebel Trader? Do you just take the resupply?
Probably, yeah. Yep,
That's what
he
he's going
does.
for. So this turn is going to be a lot less I mean, what do you do? What do you do here? I guess you fire off No Good to Me Dead and exhaust the Falcon.
I'm probably exploiting that ship and bouncing Falcon.
Oh yeah, okay, bouncing the Falcon instead. Yeah, that's fair. And that is what he goes for. That does also develop a non-token space unit that can potentially get the TIE Fighter train rolling again.
Yep. I will be honest, I have not seen Vader played since pre-release.
How would I put it? I've seen it played a bit. I wouldn't say it's been like the leader that's made the biggest splash competitively. All right. Looks like we have 2 different Falcons in hand. We have the normal Falcon that got bounced. I think there's also Lando's Falcon. We have the Mandalorian pilot, and I believe that last card is a Cantina bouncer. So
It
some
is.
powerful plays available for Han.
All
Here
right,
comes that Falcon. Now Vader has
Vader
has drawn another resupply. So even with that first one getting picked out by Bodhi Rook, Vader is still able to ramp. However, the Falcon swings in there and clears out that ship. Vader does get to make a basic tie, which means that he can potentially deploy onto that tie, though it is risky.
Yeah. I wonder if in this matchup, like with all the bounce stuff, you just deploy Vader to ground. I mean, last game he did it because he could get the attack off right away, and it was less risky. But if you see a Han with full resources, difficult to justify going to space with him.
Okay, so we see the looks like the Falcon was bounced back to hand here.
Adam's got initiative.
Lots of resources being spent here. It's wow, the Cantina Bouncer to kill that tie. I think he's trying to block Vader from deploying to space here.
Yeah.
That's a very unhyped Cantina Bouncer compared to some, but it does mean that Vader doesn't get to deploy space and swing. Another Kijimi Patrollers gives Vader some options in space, but he does not have a ready unit to deploy onto and swing this same turn. Ooh, and there is Victor Leader giving those other space units +1/+1. Very strong card for Vader. Now, if I'm the Vader player here, I'm thinking it may be time to just deploy ground. But he doesn't do it. He deploys onto his Victor Leader. That does give him two ties. It makes that Victor Leader harder to clear, but it does mean that he's not going to get any damage out of his leader this turn.
All right, he got initiative right though, so he gets to swing with it once at least.
That's right. And I would say that this is the play that he went for has less immediate value but more long-term value unless he gets blown out by Bamboozle.
Yeah, I will say I probably would have deployed onto the Kijimi Patrollers there because the Victor Leader is going to be a higher value space unit anyway. Like, you don't want to
trying to like split up the most relevant targets.
Yeah, if he got bounced or something. Well, I guess he's a leader unit, so there's not much that bounces him.
Yeah, I think the leader units are broadly immune to bounce. The main thing I'm worrying about if I'm the Vader player here is getting hit by that Bamboozle.
Yeah. And I guess at that point the Victor and the Kijimi are swinging for the same amount, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, doing it this way allows him to shield his Victor Leader from bounce effects since they more or less all say non-leader.
Yeah.
Overwhelming Barrage fired off of that Victor Leader. And it has +5 from Vader and +2 from the Barrage. That's going to be a lot of damage. I think it's 9 total damage, allowing him to kill both Han and Bodhi. But then he gets hit by Cunning. I think it's going to be double exhaust and buff.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, so that Cantina Bouncer now swinging for 7. These ties are each swinging for 2 because they are buffed by Victor Leader. So our Vader player still has some reasonable damage on the field, and actually has a much stronger board. But once again, he is behind in the HP totals at this time.
Yeah.
This time, though, I'm not sure. He might be able to outrace this, especially if we don't see any more Cunnings or similar, because he really has a lot of damage on that board.
And he's got initiative again, which means he can. Or does he have initiative?
No, I think the Han player did because the Vader player swung with all those small ties.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I don't
see another
Vader
Cunning
player
though.
here a ton of damage though. He has like 15 damage on the board. If he has buffs, this could easily be game over this turn.
Chat's saying it looks like a win for Vader. It does look like it, but this Han Yellow deck can pull a lot of things out of.
Yeah, Han Yellow is not a deck that lacks tricks. We could see something. We could see something crazy here.
Is that? It looks like double TIE fighters, a Dornian gunship, and that might be a second Dornian gunship.
I think it's that rebel ship that does indirect damage based on the number of ships that you have.
Yeah, it's the Dornian gunship.
Yeah, and then I think the other one is maybe the assault frigate. Yeah, I think it's a Dornian gunship. The what's it called? Is it MC-90 assault frigate?
MC-30, but that's not in this list.
MC-30. But maybe it's not. I can't really tell that last card on the right.
Oh, someone's saying Clone Combat Squadron. That also makes sense.
Oh, yeah, Clone Combat Squadron. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good card in this deck. So +1/+1 for each space unit is pretty good when you have a big swarm of ties.
Yep.
Vader swinging on in for another 7 damage.
All right, so
Not
we
sure
don't.
what card was named by Kira here. Also not sure how much it matters.
Judge has been telling us this stuff before, so maybe they will again.
Yeah. The indirect damage ship here would probably not be that impactful for the overall game outcome because all the indirect damage could be thrown onto those units which have high HP. And
It
if
was
we
the
indeed
clone
see a race,
squadron
that won't
that
be
was
that
named.
big. It was the combat squadron?
Yep.
That makes sense. I think that's more of a threat than the indirect damage ship here. And then the like basic ties are pretty whatever. Hotshot blaster on the Cantina bouncer, swinging in for 5. 22 damage on our Vader player's base. A surprise strike from that Cantina bouncer with the hotshot blaster on it could now end the game. Still another 8 damage that our Vader player can throw onto Han's base this game, though. We are racing.
All right. Han
Okay.
up by 3 in damage. Okay, so he's gonna play the gunship, which is gonna be 6 indirect, I think.
Yeah,
But-
he misplayed this slightly. It's not gonna matter, but he misplayed this slightly. He should have played the other tie and then played this.
Oh yeah.
He could have gotten an additional point of indirect damage, but because of the high HP of these units Han has in play, it doesn't matter. The indirect damage can just be thrown onto those units. This is the downside of indirect damage, and there's the bamboozle in hand for Han.
But the
But I
gunship's
don't
still
know.
lethal.
I don't think playing bamboozle wins here. He still has lethal from the indirect damage ship, I believe.
Yep, it's 4 attack natively plus 1 from the victor leader.
Yeah, +1 from victor leader. What he needed here was like outmaneuver to exhaust the whole space arena, surprise strike to send in the Cantina bouncer for the win, something like that. I don't know that he has it. Yeah, no, he
And
scoops it
yeah.
up. I think this is a win for Vader, and we're going to game 3. That was interesting. In some ways, the dynamic in this match was similar to the one in the previous match, with the Han player opening up an early lead, and then the Vader player getting a lot of strength in space and racing. But this time, the Vader player was able to get there with his powerful flip and a lot of stuff out there to get that win.
All right, looks like neither of these players are going back to their sideboard, so we're just going right into it.
Nope. Yeah, sometimes you see players sideboarding between game 2 and 3, but it isn't that common in my experience. You might do it if you have units that are like specifically good when going first, or if you have some fine tuning based on cards that you saw that you hadn't seen previously. But often I think we see people just doing their sideboard plan for a particular leader after the first game and then sticking with it for the third game if you get there. Rebel Traitor, what do you think about the possibility of sideboarding out certain cards if you are going first versus second?
I don't know if there's any cards that I would say, like, I mean, sometimes there are definitely cards that are worse going first or worse going second.
Yeah.
But oftentimes those are cards that you like want to have regardless. And they're just maybe a little bit better or worse.
I was thinking of things like Allegiant General Pride, where the card is extremely strong when going first, and when going second, it's like pretty mid.
Yeah,
It's
that might be
conceivable to me that if you
justification.
had something in the sideboard that was like an alternate option, like if you were playing like Wolf to counter healing decks, I think it would plausibly be worth it to sideboard out Allegiant General Pride for Wolf, even in matches against non-healing decks, if you knew you were going to be going second.
Yeah, it's possible, but I've like
it would
with
depend,
plays
of
like
course, on
that.
other things with their composition, but yeah.
Yeah, you want to maintain a certain number of 2 drops, so even if it's a little bit worse, you probably still keep it.
Yeah, that's the difficulty, really. And I think often 2 drops are not what's waiting in the sideboard. You know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe you would have your maybe you'd have your scanning officer or something that's like sideboarded against smuggle decks. But like a lot of the time, sideboard cards are going to be kind of later game pieces or like situational events or similar sorts of things. Okay. Well, they're resourcing up for game 3. And we're gonna have to see. Whether or not our Vader player can pull out the comeback win after losing that first round, or whether Han can lock things back down.
Yeah. I think this is the first game 3 we've seen. Both of our last 2 rounds have been over in 2.
I don't think I see a Falcon in hand there for our Han player.
Yeah, so he's gonna mulligan.
And it looks like it's gonna be a mulligan.
For those looking for the melee link, if you scroll up a ways in the chat, I posted it.
All right, they're shuffling it up, and or rather, our Han player is shuffling it up. Vader seems like he's already locked in on his opening hand, got his resources set. We'll see how Han does after this mulligan. I suspect that he's hoping to see a Millennium Falcon in hand, and he does.
Yeah, all right.
Let's see how this one goes. We'll probably see Han's leader ability being used to start things off here. They're going over their resource choices.
Actually, oh, he's got. I think that's both. He drew all 3 Falcons. It looks like. That is one of each of the different varieties.
Yeah, the jump to Lightspeed Falcon, the classic Falcon, and Lando's Falcon.
Yep.
And so it looks like he resourced the Lando's Falcon. He's keeping the other 2 Falcons in hand. He also has a Bodhi, and then is that a Spark of Rebellion there?
It is, yeah, Spark Rebellion.
That's a strong starting hand for Han. Probably feeling really good about his decision to take that mulligan at this time.
Eight Falcons.
Resources with Han's abilities. A Garian Starhopper on the field now from Vader.
That's a nice Falcon. Oh, he's not going to go for it.
Oh, that's interesting. He's going to lead with Bodhi Rook. And he sees, I think, an overwhelming barrage is going away there.
It looks like Sanctuary Shuttle and one of the
one of those
the Vader's
pilots.
wingmen.
Someone in chat says this match wouldn't have been close at all pre-suspension. Good to see some tighter play. You know, I think I do think that getting hit by DJ before Vader deploys would be a pretty painful experience for this Vader yellow deck.
Yeah.
Historically speaking, DJ has been very punishing to slow deploying leaders.
Nick is running some removal and some ramp, but still would have been tough.
Yeah, I mean, plausibly we could see. I don't know. I mean, the options aren't great. Like maybe you could get like a 3-attack ship and hit DJ with a swoop down or something. I'm a little surprised that we saw Bodhi Rook here instead of a Falcon, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too.
Doing it this way is going to allow Vader to swing in with this ship as he does, and that also means that we can see Vader's leader ability being used to generate another tie. Now the Falcon comes out. We have another user in chat saying Vader yellow wouldn't even show up because Django would negate playing him, and yeah, I do think the big pilot leaders are a little vulnerable to those Django exhausts. The Gandork says, I don't like that he didn't start Falcon. That's my sense as well, but let's see how this goes for him.
Ooh, Sanctuary Shuttle.
The Falcon is being captured. A Sanctioner shuttle. Sanctioner Shuttle is a very interesting card. I've actually seen it being played recently. Not just here, but in other play. So it is a 3-cost 2/3 with coordinate. When played, this unit captures an enemy non-leader unit that costs 3 or less. So it's quite a conditional card. But in a deck like this, where you have the ability to make those TIE Fighter tokens, it's not as hard to enable coordinate as it might be otherwise. And that is an unfortunate scenario for that Falcon. And
Yeah.
I do think our Han player might be additionally thinking, man, I wish I had that Falcon out on turn 1. Here
Ooh, he
comes
drew a
another
second
Falcon.
one. And a
And
second
another
shuttle.
Sanctioner Shuttle. What a play.
Got him.
That might be a demoralizing situation for our Han player here.
Wow.
Getting 2 Falcons in a row captured by Sanctioner Shuttle. And a really funny thing about Jump to Lightspeed is I have been playing L337 from Shadows of the Galaxy for some time. And recently, in the Jump to Lightspeed meta, her ability to rescue units from being captured is actually relevant, because it seems like capture had become more prominent in the meta now than it was in either Shadows of the Galaxy or in Twilight of the Republic.
So
It's
I will say
kind of a crazy situation.
the initial shuttle was a bit tricky because Adam had to use the Vader ability first, which gave
Right.
or Nick, sorry, had to use that first, which gave Adam a chance to attack into the Zagirian, knowing that the shuttle was in hand.
Yeah, that's right. So
chose not to.
our Han player could have countered that play, but kind of ended up walking into it. And there's that indirect
Ooh.
damage ship. And this time there is not
6
a lot
damage.
of HP with which Han can absorb this. He can put 2 damage on Bodhi, and then 4 damage on the base. I think that's a hard hit,
Yep.
especially because it also develops a unit. Lando's Falcon arrives, ambushing one of the Sanctioner shuttles and defeating it. And this other Falcon actually comes back ready, because Falcon does not have a when played ability. It just says it comes into play ready. So because of that, this Falcon is going to get a chance to attack another one of Vader's ships here. Tada says, I feel like this game is just over turn 1. If the Falcon just attacks the Starhopper, none of this even happens. Yeah, Tada,
Yeah.
our Han player actually led off with the Bodhi instead of the Falcon, but I do agree with you that a Falcon start would have been a lot stronger.
All right, now the Zagirian does 2 indirect on its defeat, so we'll see where that goes.
Yep. Looks like 1 damage is thrown onto Lando's Falcon, still 1 more point of damage. If
Probably
he puts
onto
it
the
on
base.
Lando's Falcon, it can be removed by one of those basic TIE tokens.
Yeah.
He might just throw it on the base here. Yeah, it looks like it's going base.
All right. I haven't actually been keeping track of Nick's resources. Is he on 6 yet? I don't think he is, right? Because the gunship was 5 and he spent all of his resources, it looks like. But next turn he should be able to deploy that Vader probably onto the gunship, maybe onto the shuttle. Either way, it looks pretty good.
Okay.
All right, Han's got a pretty impressive board state, but Nick is up by 6 damage in the race. And he's also got a couple good units out there.
Okay. Yeah, it's an odd scenario that we're looking at here now. We have both sides have several units. Now, this Falcon trades with that Sanctioner shuttle, but that frees the other Falcon, which comes into play readied. Pretty good play there for our Han player.
Yeah.
But, this time it's kind of the converse of what we had seen earlier. The Han player's board is probably stronger now, but it's the Vader player who is way ahead on the damage on base. And I think I saw 2 surprise strikes there in Han's resources.
Yeah, I think you're right.
That is unfortunate in a situation like this where that could be huge. Now, Vader in this situation can deploy ground and swing for 5. No good to me dead, exhausting Lando's Falcon for 2 turns. If
Adam
there's
does
an
have a
attack
tech,
pump,
which can turn those surprise strikes right back on.
very good point, and it looks like that's what's happening. So now Surprise Strike is live. He still has 4 resources, which is enough there to use tech to bring out a Surprise Strike for an extra 3 damage from that resource row. Bodhi swinging into base. If Vader has an attack pump here, he could have lethal this turn quite easily.
Yeah.
All he
Still
would need to
rolling the
do
Vader to
is
play at the moment.
yeah, if he gets some damage in from his ties and flips Vader onto the ground, he can swing in with Vader for some good damage. Top 8 Gamer in chat says, don't you just deploy ground with Vader here? Yeah, I think there's a very good chance that you do. The question is if he has those attack pumps to get lethal this turn.
There's a combat squadron. Should be exhausted, right?
I believe so. Unless there was a sneak attack, but I think you said he wasn't playing that.
He has 2 in his
yet.
sideboard actually, so it's possible he did.
Oh,
Looks
but
like
it's
he
a bam.
probably
Okay, so
did, yeah.
don't know exactly what happened with the combat squadron. It gets bamboozled, I think, from the row via tech. So I guess it did have some way to come into play ready, but it got exhausted. Vader on the ground now.
Yep, and with Adam out of resources, that's a pretty safe Vader deploy.
Yeah. Falcon swinging. Is Falcon going to go base, or is Falcon going to try to take out some of these ships? I think it's probably too late for Han to control this board, and he maybe has to try and race it, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah. I think you probably go to base.
We're on 13 HP here for our Vader player. 10 HP left for our... I mean, I don't know. If you just swing with Vader twice, that's game, right?
Yep.
Now both players have 10 left. Vader swings. 5 HP left. Our Han player, I think, kind of has to claim, and I don't see how he's going to get 10 damage in one go. If he doesn't take the initiative, Vader does and wins with a Vader swing or with his clone combat squadron.
Yeah. The combat squadron, I think, was sneak attacked. He might have the sneak under the squadron.
Well, if so, it should die. No, that's a good point, though. Yeah, that's a good point. If it was played via sneak attack, it's dead now. What else would have brought it in ready? What happened there?
I guess it's still ready.
I do see a sneak attack off on the left side. I think it was played via sneak attack and they forgot to remove it. That clone combat squadron should be off the board. I don't know why the ties didn't swing top 8 Vader or top 8 Gamer. There were 3 ties that could attack there. It's possible that he... Yeah, I don't understand that. There's no reason that I can tell not to have swung with those 3 ties.
Oh, they got it. Okay, they got the squadron.
Okay, yeah, so that's been removed.
All right, Judge was on it before we were.
Nice. Yeah, so I think we're going to see a cunning here. It's going to probably exhaust Vader, exhaust the big ship. Our Vader player might be kicking himself for not swinging with 3 ties. Another 3 damage would make this situation much more favorable for him here. Don't know what happened there. Were those ties exhausted? I don't think they were exhausted.
No, they wouldn't have been.
Yeah, I really don't know why those ties didn't attack, but let's see what our Vader player does next.
Adam does have lethal on board here.
Yeah, the question is, does our Vader player have some way to, like, you know, if he could swing with 1 tie and then do a surprise strike, he could kill in 2 actions, which I think is going to be faster than Han. or the Han player is still deciding what to do. I think he goes for a +4 on the +4 power on the Falcon. So our Han player can now win in 2 actions.
All
And there's the
right, that's
handshake.
it. Wow.
Man, if those 3 ties had attacked, our Vader player could potentially have won in 2 actions without any other cards. Very strange situation.
Although I think Adam, if he has the surprise strike in the resource row, he could have played that out with tech, and then he would have had 10 on board
that's
anyway.
True. No, you have a very point there. You have a very good point there, Rebel Trader. Surprise strike from the row with tech would have won the game in 1 action anyway. So he would have had to have made those attacks with the ties and have a pump of his own. Yeah.
Yeah. He is on a lot of them, though. He could have
Weird.
punch it. He could have had, I think he's on surprise strikes. So.
Yeah. Ultimately, though, it is going to be a win for Han. You know, it looked like our Han player was in big trouble after he didn't start with the Falcon, and he got those units captured early on. But he was able to turn things around and win this race thanks to the power of Cunning, one of the best cards in the game.
All right, so we've got some updates from the rest of our tables. Looks like going into the next round, our undefeateds are going to be a Sabine ECL, a Sabine Tarkin Town, this Han Yellow, Anakin Colossus, and Quinnland Tarkin Town.
Interesting stuff.
And Loopy won, so he's at 2-1.
Nice. What's Loopy running today again?
Quinnland Tarkin Town.
Nice. All right. Well, that's gonna do it. That's gonna do it for this round. We will hopefully have another round for you guys shortly. How much time is left before we get to that? Before we get to that next.
I've got
before we get to that next one. We got
about 6 minutes left, but if it ends early, they'll start it early.
Sounds good. And we could also see double blue Iden versus double blue Iden or whatever, drawing the game out longer than we would normally, though that I don't think that's been the case for this event thus far.
Yeah, there's not many control decks in here. It's really just the Kira, and that game already finished.
It's interesting. I think that one of the predicted results of the new suspension was that control would become more viable with TDR removed, which was a very strong piece for some of the more aggro or tempo builds, and maybe more importantly, tech no longer able to deramp them away from their endgame. But at least at this event, it has not been a huge swarm of control decks descending on the field.
All right, I'm gonna
Descent
go ahead and
Saturn requests Sabine Tarkentown for our next match. I personally would love to see that. I've definitely played a bunch of Sabine Tarkentown games, and I think it's an interesting deck, but we'll have to see.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and put us on the waiting screen for a bit, and we'll be back in about 5.
Stay tuned.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Round 4 should be starting shortly. I put in a request for the Sabine Targentown, so I think we're gonna get that. They're up against Quinnland Targentown.
Should be an interesting match. We are going to have a exciting event here at Misty Mountain Games in Madison, Wisconsin. I'm TowerNumberNine.
I'm Rebel
joining
Traitor with the
Rebel Traitor here, and we'll be bringing you another match soon. Now, Quinnland versus Sabine is an interesting matchup. I think depending on what exactly the two decks are playing, it can be a very different sort of experience. I personally have felt pretty favored into Quinnland when I'm playing Sabine yellow, but I do think that the conventional wisdom is definitely that Quinnland has what it takes to stop Sabine. What do you think about that one, Rebel Trader?
I don't play a ton of either of these decks consistently, but my mind tells me Quinnland's probably favored, but it's not not 100% for sure.
I played at the Denver Planetary Qualifier, or not Planetary Qualifier, Sector Qualifier recently. And at that event, I actually ended up against 4 Quinnland Tarkentowns, believe it or not. And I won 3 out of those 4 matches. But potentially a big difference is that I was playing Sabine Yellow, and Sabine Yellow has 1-drops, which make a big difference to the early game because most Quinnland decks are not necessarily running 1-drops. And if you lead with a 1-drop, their ability to ping off your unit and clear it with Tarkentown is greatly diminished. Whereas if you're playing Sabine ECL, that deck normally plays 2-drops, which are more vulnerable to Quinnland's ping and Tarkentown start.
All right, so we got Carlos playing Quinnland Tarkentown, Xavier playing Sabine Tarkentown.
Yeah, now Sabine double red. I've traditionally thought of this as being a version of Sabine that is unusually strong against aggro, or I'm sorry, against control in particular, not against aggro. So for instance, back when Lieutenant Childson was a very common control play, aggression is a very solid answer to that. At the same price point, you can deal 4 damage and also defeat up to 2 upgrades, which allows you to, even if they played him as the full 6/6, you can defeat 2 of his experience tokens and deal 4 damage to remove him. You have access to Chaos of War, which is really good against like the boss decks that draw a bunch of cards. And you have some other double red plays that are relevant. I mean, just having Tarkentown can be quite good as well into certain threats. But I think there's a real choice you have to make between playing more of the specific double red cards versus incorporating For a Cause I Believe In, where if you're playing too many of the red focused cards, For a Cause becomes very inconsistent. And to an extent, you can mitigate this by playing Chaos of War instead of For a Cause, but it depends a lot on situational factors. And it'll be interesting to see what version of Double Red Sabine Xavier here is going to be playing.
Yeah, looking at this list, he's got no copies of For a Cause and only 1 of Chaos of War. Oh, he's got the second one in the sideboard also.
Yeah, Chaos of War is often like a somewhat sideboardy card because For a Cause is a little more versatile than Chaos of War. Chaos of War is really best against control decks that draw cards in particular. But as someone who's definitely played it, I think it can be a very funny situation to see one of those players bringing out Dr. Pershing or something, and they're drawing these cards, and you're like, yeah, why don't you draw a bunch of cards? You're just charging up my endgame,
Looks like Xavier's got 2 copies of Twice the Pride in the main deck. That's the upgrade that gives you +4.
Yeah, Twice the Pride is a really interesting card. You can play it either as you can play Twice the Pride either as a attack card or actually as removal. So it has a really unusual profile where it is a double red upgrade that gives +4, and when played, it deals 2 damage to the unit it's attached to. Which means you could play it on the enemy unit to hit them for 2. You could play it on a friendly grit unit to power it up even more. Or sometimes you're going to be playing it on a unit just to get those bonus stats. And yeah, you damage yourself, but you want to get those swings in. It would probably be a better card if it was +4 -2 instead of +4 and when played deal 2 damage, because you would then be able to use it to defeat certain units through shields and to clear Lurking TIE Phantom and so on. But I think it's still a nice card in its current incarnation. Now, what do we see there from our Sabine player? Looks like benthic 2 tubes.
Into Mr. Bones.
That is a very strong start for Sabine, and we are seeing that double 1-drop play pattern getting around Quinnland's ping. So if our Sabine player had led with a 2-cost unit, like Sabine ran Explosives Artist, that Green Squadron A-Wing would have triggered Quinnland's ping and allowed the Quinnland player to use Tarkin Town to clear it. Instead, our Sabine player has developed 2 threatening units in the ground arena, not taking a ping at all, and can potentially do a ton of damage here if Quinnland doesn't have a way to interact. And he doesn't. It's going to be Cassian Andor deployed just as a 3/5. No ping goes off. This means that benthic 2 tubes gets to swing in for 2. He buffs Mr. Bones, so Mr. Bones will now hit for 5. This is a very favorable situation for the Sabine player, and he hasn't even played a card yet this turn. Mr. Bones in for 5.
He has performed
8 damage already
violence.
on Quinn's face. Yeah. And Mr. Bones' text does not necessarily come into play so often, but just having a 1-cost 3/1 can be very aggressive and relevant. And then, is that what are we seeing there?
I think that's a Republic Y-Wing. Or the red one that does 3 indirect.
Yeah. Okay. So what is that? Blue Squadron Y-Wing? What's it called? It's something Red Squadron Y-Wing. And then joined by I believe a soldier of the 501st in the ground arena. Once again, our Sabine player playing multiple small units. So the soldier of the 501st is a 1-cost from Twilight of the Republic that is 1/3 raid 1. Now we lead off here with the A-Wing clearing the Y-Wing. Now I think this is maybe I don't know that that's necessarily the best route, because benthic 2 tubes can now potentially swing and more or less force the Quinnland player to engage whichever unit the Sabine player wants. So in this situation, what I might do if I am... No, it looks like he's not going to do it like that. I'm just going to swing with Mr. Bones for the increased guaranteed damage.
Yeah, I'd feel fine killing any of these units with Cassian if I were Carlos. So, and I know that if I'm Xavier. So
maybe he's going to try and save benthic 2 tubes to potentially buff Sabine, who can't be killed in one attack. And we see a
off aspect Rebel Assault. That would have actually been...
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, neither of those cards are rebels. So
yeah, Kira is showing off aspect Rebel Assault, and what's the other card there? It's a
Heroic Resolve, the upgrade that gives
Heroic
you +2.
Resolve. Yeah. Now the funny thing about this is Kira doesn't really have a great choice, because the off aspect Rebel Assault is, I mean, it could actually be played here after Sabine deploys. Which would allow both benthic 2 tubes and Sabine to swing.
It was Rebel Assault. It was called. We heard from the judges.
Okay. The Heroic Resolve though also costs 1, so we could, even if it were called, it could still be played here. Rebel Assault off aspect, that's a tactic that was used in the past by Sabine decks in order to gain an advantage in racing matchups. I'm a little surprised to see it main deck here, but I think part of the reasoning behind that is, like, if the card wins you the game, it doesn't matter that it costs 2 more.
Yeah.
So you might see a scenario where you're looking to take the initiative and then play that at the start of the next turn to deal massive damage. But our Sabine player is very far ahead right now. Having done 15 damage to the opponent's base, this Heroic Resolve is now going to buff Sabine. And so that's going to be another big chunk of damage. And it looks like he's going to... Is he immediately firing the Heroic Resolve? He is. So that's going to be...
makes sense.
Sabine firing at +4, so that's going to be 7 more damage. 22 damage. So now if Mr. Bones or Sabine gets to attack again, it's game over. I think our Quinnland player is in a very, very bad position.
Yep.
And then Tarkin Town used to clear out Cassian Andor as well. So I don't know what Quinnland could do to get out of this. So an outmaneuver would work, or at least delay things. No, it's just going to be a swing with the A-Wing into the base, maybe just trying to end the game defiantly. And then Mr. Bones in for 3 to close things out. Very strong performance from Double Red Sabine. Really convincing win here. And we'll see what happens in game 2. But
That
those,
one took about 6 minutes.
yeah. Sabine games can be very fast. And sort of as I was discussing earlier, the Double Red player was able to avoid Quinnland's ping by playing multiple small units instead of playing on curve. And I don't think the Quinnland player was able to fire a single Quinnland ping all game. And he was defeated with his Tarkin Town unused.
Yeah.
Tough situation there for Quinnland, where you're often relying on that ping plus Tarkin Town to slow down the momentum of aggro decks. But if they play under your curve, you can find yourself in trouble.
Yeah, I think some Quinnlands have started to run more 1-drops to counter that, but Carlos didn't see any of them if he is on them.
Yeah, I think in one of my matches in Denver, I played against someone who sided in some 1-drops to try and contest me there. I did end up winning anyway, but it was, it does give some options in that area. I think he had brought in the same Soldier of the 501st card that we saw the Sabine player using there.
Looks like Carlos has 1 copy of R2-D2, and that's it. For ones.
Okay, I mean it's something. I don't know that that's going to be enough, but it is something. Which R2 is he running? Is it Pilot R2 or Classic R2?
Let me check that actually. It is. Oh, it's actually the 2-cost R2, the yellow one.
Oh, rip. Well, I mean, Republic R2 isn't bad, but does not help you ping off 1-drops. Unless you have other 1-drops that he can search for, I guess. But
Yeah, none in the sideboard either. Ooh, he's got Shadowed Hover Tank in the sideboard. Oh, wait. Well, no, he does. That's interesting.
Shadowed Hover Tank's an interesting card. I think that's seen a lot more play recently. I'm not entirely sure what I think about it, but it'll be interesting to see if it can stick around with triple Dark Raid no longer a relevant factor.
Yeah, I think it's a good answer to like opposing 3/5s, which is probably why it's in there, like for the mirror.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of funny, in Spark of Rebellion, one card that I think was relevant was the Echo Base Defender, which is a 3-cost 4/3. And that card with Sentinel, and that card really suffered when Shadows of the Galaxy came out and 3-cost 3/5s became much more common. So in a sense, that Shadowed Hover Tank being a 5/3 with Sentinel is like kind of the escalation, the 1 point further that you need.
All right, looks like Xavier took a mulligan here.
Let's see how this goes.
Let's see. Looking at the Sabine sideboard, ooh, they've got some hand control in there. Pillages. A lot more reach, as we might expect. Yeah, it's basically what's in there. I don't want to share too many details.
Yeah, we'll see how this one unfolds. It looks like the Quinnland player has opted to go first, which is not always what you do in this matchup.
Yeah.
But brings out L3. L3 is actually a very good counter to some of these small units. But now the Sabine player brings out Sabine Wren Explosives Artist, which has the ability to potentially kill L3 through her shield, or perhaps just push more damage to the base. Now,
if you expect 1-drops, it makes a lot of sense to go first and get the L3 down to put pressure on the 1-drops.
Yeah, and so it looks like L3 is going to swing into Sabine for 2 damage. Now, what we could see here is I'm seeing a Crafty Smuggler in our Quinnland player's hand. So if he plays that Crafty Smuggler, he can use the ping to kill Sabine without having to use his Tarkin Town. Now, of course, Sabine can either kill L3 or hit the base. Opts to hit the base for 3 damage here. And we could see Tarkentown used. We could see that Crafty Smuggler plus ping. It is going to be Crafty Smuggler plus ping, retaining the Tarkentown for future turns. Tim asked, do you think you can gain an advantage using Sabine ping and claim strategy on an opponent pass to avoid Quinnland or CAD pings? I think that is a conceivable tactic that you can use, Tim, but I personally prefer the tactic that involves using 1-drops instead. And we are seeing a lot of 1-drops this turn. An impressive 3 cards played by our Sabine player. We have a Soldier of the 501st, Mr. Bones, and I forget what this card is called, but it's the 1-cost 2/2 ship that takes 1 damage if you don't have another ship in play. I know I've seen this before played in Von Reg decks, but I forget this card's name.
Crackshot V-Wing, looks like.
Crackshot V-Wing, okay.
And
All
Xavier,
right.
I think he played his whole hand there, so he's got 2 cards left, but and there's that Tarkentown on the V-Wing.
Yeah, the V-Wing is not the best card to be playing when the opponent has Tarkentown, unfortunately. The Crafty Smuggler there, I think, cleared Mr. Bones.
Ooh, there's
this
that
time the
tank.
Quinnland player is doing it. Yeah, there's that. There it is. So now our Sabine player, Sabine herself dies in 1 hit to this thing if there's not some way to buff her.
Yeah.
We could also see the 1-cost 2/2 Spec Force Soldier, which would remove Sentinel from that thing for a turn.
Looks like it's gonna be aggression.
Oh no, it's
which is gonna kill it.
Aggression, 4 damage to the hover tank, and chooses to ready the Soldier of the 501st. That's going to allow him to push some more damage through. And as an experienced Sabine double red player, I can tell you that using aggression to kill a unit and ready one of your units is one of the best plays. Now, interestingly, he opts to kill the Crafty Smuggler with Sabine instead of attacking base. I think personally I probably would have preferred to hit base here, but he may be trying to retain his Soldier of the 501st on board.
Yeah, really trying to protect the few cards that he has left after playing them all out like that. I think Gandork got the name of the ship correct.
Now we do see Quinnland hit the field. Sabine swings for 3. Now the problem with this is that any unit played now can ping off that Soldier of the 501st, and that's exactly what we see. Quinnland's ping gets a lot stronger when he's deployed because you no longer have to match the cost exactly. You can play something more expensive and still ping. So even though Sabine attacked into that Crafty Smuggler to maybe preserve the Soldier of the 501st, it's still going to be cleared. I think if I were the Sabine player, I would rather have had Sabine swing for the base here. Quinnland going to defeat Sabine. Another Soldier of the 501st was played, and we'll see if Sabine has more cards to play this turn.
This is the problem with the Sabine deck is that it really like puts pressure on
you can run out of
once,
gas.
If there's ways to deal with things efficiently, then it can really fall behind in tempo. And Quinnland
especially
plus
with
the
No for a
Tarkentown,
Cause, I believe in, you can really run out of gas.
Yeah.
Traditionally, I think Sabine decks would often have the situation where it's like, okay, the opponent has stabilized the board, but I have For a Cause and I have K2, and I can potentially clear through a direct damage before the opponent is able to defeat me. These decks are now omitting For a Cause to play more red things, and it may come back to bite this guy. Surprise Strike on that Fang Fighter. That's going to be 6 damage to the base. 9 HP left only for Quinnland. But our Sabine player has 16, but the Quinnland player's board is much stronger. Classic R2, looking at the top card. Keeping it on top. Or no, he reconsiders and puts it to the bottom.
He's got, I think, red 3 and Twice the Pride in hand. Twice the Pride is rough in this board state because I think you play it on, it's going to die right away.
Another surprise strike. This is a double surprise strike turn for our Quinnland player. Now Sabine's HP total is not so high, but our Sabine player brings out red 3, which is going to buff those other units with a raid. And we could also see this being an opportunity for that out of aspect Rebel Assault that we saw earlier. An out of aspect Rebel Assault, if he targeted red 3 and R2, red 3 would be able to swing for 4 and R2 for 3, which would then leave the Quinnland player on only 2 HP. Quinnland used to clear out the Soldier of the 501st.
Yeah, it's at this point, like, Carlos has so many ways to get, to take out Xavier's things and plus and card advantage. Just difficult to get a foothold back. Xavier does take initiative, and he picks up a Rebel Assault, which is going to be, what, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7?
I think it'll be 7 damage because red 3 is buffing R2.
Yeah.
So if he has that and he has some other, the problem is that the out of aspect Rebel Assault is going to cost 3. But he could potentially have that Rebel Assault plus a Daring Raid, and that would win the game here.
His other card's
the
Twice
problem
the Pride,
is,
so he doesn't have it.
yeah. So there's the Rebel Assault. I think it's 7 total damage, but the problem here is that I believe our Quinnland player has lethal.
He does.
And so if there's no Daring Raid, or we could also see a Reckless Gunslinger potentially, for direct damage to base. That twice the Pride is out of the hand, but I think our Sabine player is off by 1.
Yep, because Sabine Ping gets him.
Sabine Ping gets
1
Quinnland to
away.
24. But because that Rebel Assault is out of aspect, even if there's a Reckless Gunslinger in the row, it won't be able to be smuggled out. He'll have 1 too few resources. And
All
yeah,
right,
I
we're
think
going
he's
to game
scooping it
3.
up, seeing Quinnland has lethal. It's game 3 time. He got close, but couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, I think that game is probably more typical of the way this matchup goes, which is why I was saying I thought Quinnland was favored. But I mean, game 1 is
first one
not
was
out of bounds.
The first one was kind of a dream scenario for Sabine in some ways.
Yeah,
We'll see whether or not we'll see what the third game looks like, but yeah. All right, and the we may see. Is there some sideboard consideration going on, or are we just shuffling? Or
looks like
it looks like our Quinnland player may be changing his sideboard plan. All right, here we go.
All right, we've got almost
That's-
250 people watching live right now. 108
Nice.
on the TTI stream, 141 on late night, plus probably a few on the Misty Twitch.
Well, hey, whether you're regardless of where you're watching this, we're happy to have you checking out the event, and we will soon have the third game of the round here. Should be interesting to see how this one goes. We saw kind of a dream scenario for Sabine in the first round of this match. Then we saw a scenario where the Sabine just barely didn't make it, and now we're gonna see how that third game is gonna go. All right.
All right. So as we were talking about earlier, Sabine is by far the most represented deck at this tournament, but almost all of them are on ECL. Xavier's the only one not playing ECL. There are 6 Sabine ECLs plus Xavier, or 7.
I think
Sabine ECLs.
I do think that Sabine ECL has definitely been the kind of classic and probably most popular version of that deck for some time. There have been some periods where I have felt that either that some variation of Sabine Yellow or Sabine Double Red can be stronger than ECL, but I think ECL has almost always been the most popular.
Yeah.
And I will say there is a spirited debate as to which Sabine is best. I remember there's been some discussion of that. I think there were even some show matches played on the KTOD Discord between Rebel Resource advocating for Sabine Yellow and Chrono for Sabine ECL. I think the set was never concluded, but at that time I believe Chrono was ahead with the games they played. Now we're going towards this. We're going towards the start of this game. Both players have shuffled up. Our Quinnland player has maybe adjusted his sideboarding for this one. Now in chat, Tim asks, Tower, are you on the Luke and Chewie train for Sabine ECL? I think that Pilot Luke and Pilot Chewie are great cards for that deck, Tim. Now Sabine ECL isn't personally my favorite. I have been running Sabine Yellow 30 more recently. But when I was playing Sabine ECL, I felt that Pilot Luke and Pilot Chewie were great. I also really liked Blue Leader. I also really liked Sabine's Masterpiece, which can be really great against Falcon starts in particular. And so overall, I think Jump to Lightspeed actually brought a lot of cards that Sabine ECL is interested in.
And I believe Carlos's brother, Emmanuel, is playing Sabine ECL today, and he just won his match.
Nice. Oh, this is a very interesting start. So our Sabine player leads with a Spec Force Soldier. So that's going to be a 2/2, and it costs 1, so it won't be pinged. The Quinnland player plays out a Crafty Smuggler, and the Sabine player then plays Heroic Resolve on the Spec Force Soldier, bringing it up to 3/3. So the Crafty Smuggler cannot kill it in one hit. However, it can hit it and potentially clear it with a ping or Tarkin Town, but we could potentially see the Sabine player using Heroic Resolve for extra damage. He doesn't do it. He's going to make his opponent have another ping or have Tarkin Town to finish off the Spec Force Soldier here.
Yeah, and Spec Force is a 1, so 2 doesn't ping it.
That's right. So Sabine, Explosives Artist played, but does not ping off the Spec Force Soldier. And then we see a Fighters for Freedom for the Sabine player. That's a nice card to have when almost everything in your deck is red. And it looks like Quinnland is going to take the initiative without using Tarkin Town. Maybe he's going to clear that Spec Force Soldier by attacking with Sabine Explosives Artist and using her on attack ability to ping him off. Then if he has a 3 cost, he could potentially play that, deal 1 damage to the Fighters for Freedom using Quinnland's ability and use Tarkin Town to get them off the board, or he could just crash his Crafty Smuggler into them. We'll have to see exactly what happens.
People are saying he couldn't have used the Heroic Resolve because it would have caused the Spec Force to die because the Crafty got in first.
All right. Quinnland, thinking over his options, he's going to send the crafty smuggler to kill. Yeah, so the crafty smuggler kills the Spec Force soldier. Our Sabine player swings for 3 to base.
And that's going to be Carlos restoring 3 from the attack. Ooh, hot shot out of
Did he
hand.
restore 3? Yeah,
No, he
hot
just
shot from
accidentally
hand.
moved it down instead. Up.
That is going to allow Sabine to clear that unit in 1 hit, and also it means that Sabine is threatening leader Sabine, because with the on attack, that's an extra damage, and it could be a kill. Now, this ping, I think, means that our Sabine player does not have aggression. If you have aggression here, you would really, really want to play it to kill Sabine and ready the fighters for freedom. But he doesn't have it. He does bring out K2. Tarkentown used to clear the fighters for freedom after Quinnland is played. Now, what do you do here if you're the Sabine player? Do you just take the initiative? If he deploys Sabine, she just gets killed by that other Sabine.
I probably pass at least. Force the Sabine to attack. All right, I guess he fell for it. How many players? 34.
Our Sabine player takes the initiative. He's not going to deploy, he did deploy Sabine, and she got hit. And he just takes the initiative and doesn't use his Tarkentown on the enemy Sabine. Maybe just trying to guarantee some damage with K2. I think Sabine's in trouble here.
Could be. It's going to be fleet 6 straight to base, though. That's a big swing. I will say I don't like the way that Xavier does his resources. It's not entirely clear that they're all tapped.
Yeah. I think he should have, 1 or 2, depending on if he resourced. That was
He's got 2
Fleet
up,
Lieutenant on K2. Brings out classic R2. Now he is managing to rebuild a bit of a board here. Another ping. Let's see here.
Carlos is in a position where, I mean, you can either clear units or you can just start going to base. He's got a decent amount on board. Looks like they're talking to the judge about something.
Yeah, not entirely sure what's happening here.
We don't
Our
have audio,
Quinnland player
so
is low on HP. He only has 8 left. He's trying to clean up the board a bit.
All right, goes for the cleanup on fleet, and there's finally that target town used to clear Carlos's Sabine.
Yeah. Our Quinnland player still has a bunch of resources. He's already used Tarkentown. Oh, nice. Plo Koon ambushes and kills. Plo Koon ambushes and kills K2, and also throws a point of damage on R2, which is now going to allow Cassian to clear the whole board here, unless but our Sabine player does have another 1 drop, bringing out that hot shot or crack shot V-wing or whatever. And now this is an interesting situation. What do you do here if you're the Quinnland player?
So if he runs like, I don't know. that's tough. You got to think like, what do you lose to, and like, what do you have in hand that can deal with things? I'm not sure how many cards he has in hand, but he's got to worry about Chaos of War.
Yeah,
I think he's got 2 cards. So that would mean Chaos
So
Wars
one
doing
thing
3 to him.
one thing that he could lose to also is just like wow, he doesn't clear R2. Maybe he's thinking he's going to have a chance to clear R2 next turn. Interesting. Yeah, so in terms of what the Sabine player could have, so like heroic sacrifice on the V-wing for 4 damage plus a Sabine ping would win the game pretty straightforwardly, I think.
Yep.
We could see something like a wing leader or a heroic sacrifice on R2 for 3 damage to base, then a Sabine ping, 1 HP left, and then the Quinnland player has to win this turn or loses next turn to that Sabine ping. But it looks like we don't have a heroic sacrifice or any other direct buff for the V-wing. It swings on in. There's 3 HP left. Oh,
Alright,
and
there's the
there
hover tank.
is hover tank preventing R2 from getting into base, but we could see what armed to the teeth on R2, it looks like.
Yeah.
Smuggled in.
I mean, that allows it to clear hover tank, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem optimal, but yeah, another thing that we could potentially see is something like
Surprise strike for 9 there with the Quinnland.
wow.
And I think that's
Quinnland
going to
has
be
lethal
it.
this turn.
He
Yeah, there's the
does, and that's
handshake.
it.
There was
Good
no
game.
extra damage from the Sabine player. If he had had a heroic sacrifice, a daring raid, he could have closed things out, but our Quinnland player was able to turn the corner and get this win.
Yeah. All right, let's see if we have updates from the other tables.
As is often the case, Sabine matches are fast, even with 3 games. We still have more than 20 minutes left in the round. I think some of the other tables are very likely still playing, though others will have concluded by now.
All right, so it looks like our 3 undefeateds going into the next round are going to be Carlos on this Quinnland, his brother on Sabine ECL, and our Han player from round 3.
Okay.
Loopy's still playing. Oh, Loopy's matched up against the Boba Daimyo deck. They're both X and 1. Our Vader player
Interesting
won.
scenario.
Vader's up to 3 and 1 again.
What do you think of Bo-Katan?
The leader?
Yeah.
She's interesting, but she just doesn't. I don't know. There was a blue version of her that was decent a couple formats ago, and there's a player at my locals that really likes to play her, but she just doesn't seem like she has what it takes to compete with some of the other aggressive stuff. And being a 6 deploy is also just tough for an aggro deck.
Yeah, being a 6 deploy is rough. Her ability is really good, but like the Mandalorian synergy didn't end up being anywhere near as strong as I was hoping. It's kind of weird. I feel like the Mandalorian synergy has like really good high-end stuff with things like Darksaber and the armor, but it's like it's only really good if you have kind of a dream scenario of a wide board of Mandalorians, and there's not that much that like really gets you an advantage in the early game and helps you establish that board.
All right, I think we're gonna head over to the waiting screen for a bit, and we should have round 5 soon. We got 20 minutes left on the timer, but I expect we'll probably be back before that timer runs out.
All right, see you guys soon.
welcome back, everyone. We're gonna get started with round 5 here pretty soon. I think we're gonna have Carlos again playing against Micah Overly, who was top 4 at Denver, and that's gonna be Quinnland Tarkentown versus Cad Tarkentown. Carlos is
Should be an interesting
4-0.
match.
Micah's gonna be 3-1. But I thought
Now,
it was
Quinnland versus
more
Cad. What
interesting.
do you think about that matchup, Ripple Trader?
I'm not sure. I think it really could go either way.
I know there have been multiple different versions of Cad Bane that have been seen play recently. I know that there was the Colossus Cad that George and Guy were using at the Beatle event. I know there's the Cad Green 30 HP that has been popular among several players from the McClunky Gaming team, and of course
the
the
TTI
classic
team.
Cad Tarkentown, which we're going to see in this match.
Royal, who we had on earlier commentating, is a big Cad Green player.
Nice.
He's gonna be running it in the Take the Initiative League top 16, or he's in top 8 now. So was on Palpatine, switched off to
Tarkentown.
Cad after the ban.
Cad Tarkentown's an interesting deck. I think that the ability to ping opponents and then get those Tarkentown plays is we were seeing it earlier as something that Quinnland has access to, and Quinnland's not the only leader that can combine ping damage with Tarkentown for some good ability to clear early opponents. In fact, Cad can do it more easily than Quinnland because he doesn't have to match the opposing unit's cost.
For those wondering, Loopy is 3-1 with Quinnland Tarkentown. I'm rooting for him in the finals.
In chat, we have Swanee saying that Wu played Cad Tarkentown and Beatle because of its Quinnland matchup. So if that's true, that would be an indicator that Cad might well be favored here.
It looks like we're doing a repair, so we might not get that matchup after all.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
The Kira we had in round 2 is 3-1. So that's exciting. The Vader player is also 3-1. I guess both of them just had bad luck on stream.
They talk sometimes about players who are cursed or whatever to have bad luck befall them when it comes to streamed games. I don't know. Curses, I'm not so sure, but I do think that there are situations where you see the increased tension and pressure of having a game that a lot of people are going to be watching on stream can sometimes get to people. Symbiote in chat saying, "Hey RT, good stream games so far." Yeah, we've had some cool ones.
Let's do... All right, so I think we're going to do Sabine Tarkentown player again versus Anakin Colossus. That one seemed really interesting to me. Both these players are going to be X1, but our top table is Quinnland versus Han, and we've had both those players on, so I figured it might be worth going into the X1s. Yeah, we got me and Tower here. We had Royal Sabacc earlier. He might be back for Top Cut. we might also platform at some point.
Yeah, Symbiote, it's me, Tower, and yeah, I think I'm going to be casting some stuff coming up soon with McClunky Gaming again, but for now I'm jumping on this stream and getting some commentary on this Misty Mountain event. And Rebel Trader, are you in the area of Misty Mountain Games?
No.
Okay. Nor am I. But oh, it looks like we got the Sabine double red again.
And I want to see this Anakin Colossus. It's been around for a while, and it was making cuts even in the Django format. Now it seems like it might be a bit more unleashed.
I'll tell you this, as a Sabine player, I do not want to play against Colossus if I can help it. 35 HP is tough to chew through.
Swoo has the best commentators and the best viewers. Symbiote.
All right. We are gonna get started here. It would looking like we're seeing the die roll taking place. It's an 8. It's an 8 from our Anakin player and a 6 for Sabine. So Anakin's probably starting this one. Starting off as Anakin is pretty nice. A lot of early plays from Anakin can use Anakin's leader ability to defeat an enemy starting play. It's a pretty nice spot to be in, I feel.
Yeah. In Twilight format, Anakin usually had a pretty big edge in this matchup. But I mean, the at least into Sabine green, the red one might be able to move through it better because of the ability to spam 1-drops.
Yeah, we'll have to see. If I'm the Sabine double red player here, I think what I'm really hoping to do is to be able to arena dodge my opponent and play to whichever side he does not play his opening unit, as Anakin's leader ability allows him to very easily make favorable trades or even defeat enemy units while leaving yours on the board. Now, using Anakin's ability does advance Sabine's win condition because there is that damage on the base, but with 35 HP, he has a lot of base HP to spend.
Yep. I mean, yeah, if you're taking 2 damage to stop an attack from a 3-attack unit, that's still a good trade.
Yeah, that's a win. Anakin leading off with C-3PO, really good starting unit, and he guesses right. I think he said 3, and that was a Cassian, but I'm not 100% sure.
That's what it looked like to me.
But it looks like our Sabine player is indeed going to be able to head to the other arena, bringing out one of those V-Wings, and then using a Sabine ping. C-3PO is probably an additionally strong unit in this build because not only can you use Anakin's ability to hit somebody for 3 with him, but the card draw from C-3PO can mitigate the downside of playing Colossus and being down a card from the start of the game.
Ooh, that's a nice pickup for space. The interceptors.
Yeah, the Conquered Dawn interceptors, very nice there.
Xavier does have a Spec Force soldier in hand.
Okay, that could get him some value. It's going to be a daring raid, and then he'll probably use Tarkintown to clear that unit out.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, even if you
raid
have the Spec
plus
Force,
Tarkintown,
getting a permanent solution is worth it because that crack shot, remember, only has 1 health.
The question is what he's going to use with his remaining. And he brings out another. So he is really opening up a threat in the space arena for his opponent. Can our Anakin player Camden here find some more space solutions? I think I saw another Conquered Dawn in hand there.
Yeah, looks like it.
Now, at this point, we're going to be hitting 4 resources, and at that point, I think the Sabine player is really hoping to pull an aggression. Aggression can take out a Conquer Dawn Interceptors while also readying another unit, which could be very powerful here, or just draw a card.
I believe he has one.
We do have
I think we saw it.
we do have the
earlier.
Spec Force Soldier getting played out to the ground arena, not going to be able to use its ability this turn, but just developing an additional threat.
All right, not going to use the Anakin there to clear the Spec Force.
All right. Yeah, Spec Force. Spec Force going for base. Conquer Dawn Interceptors coming out. Now, this is a really good situation here for Sabine. If he does have that aggression, he can potentially clear the Conquer Dawn Interceptors, ready his Spec Force Soldier, or deploy Sabine first and ready her, and then get a lot of value. But I guess he doesn't have it because he's going to be bringing out a Fighters for Freedom here.
I thought he did have it. Might have resourced it though. Oh, but this is going to deal
Oh,
with
he's
it just
going for
fine.
Heroic Sacrifice. Sends the wounded V-Wing to trade with that, draws a card, and that'll clear the way for the undamaged V-Wing. Plus, we're going to see Sabine herself doing some damage, so probably 5 more damage this turn between those two. Okay, and now C-3PO with Anakin's ability is not in position to I think they also may have forgotten 1 damage, by the way. In this situation, I believe that the Fighters for Freedom could have been used to deal an additional damage to base when that Heroic Sacrifice was played. Not 100% sure, but I think they may have missed it. And that is a you may, so it is potentially just a missed trigger there. So we're gonna see how this develops. If I'm the Anakin player here, I might be wanting to use Anakin's ability to have C-3PO clear that Spec Force Soldier. In fact, I probably wanted to do that last turn.
Yeah, 2 for 2, right? Except you kill the unit along
Yeah,
the way.
exactly. But, he didn't do it last turn, and that meant that Spec Force Soldier got to land 2 damage on the base. And now he's doing it here and taking another 2 damage. I think it would have been better to clear that. But maybe he was, I don't know.
Yeah,
Misses
they say
his draw as well. Not great.
The best time to plant
15
a tree was
damage.
last round. The second best time is now.
Yeah, it's a true saying. Now we have 15 damage, but with this 35 HP base, there's still quite a lot to go. Goes up to 17 with a swing from that V-Wing. Yoda hitting the field. That's definitely something that I think the Anakin player is happy to see. Not only does Yoda enable a potential force throw, the Restore 2 is very handy, and he has some built-in card advantage for that card draw when removed. Now, an aggression here would also be really good. You could swing with one. Oh, not going to be aggression, though. It's going to be red 3. One of those Y-Wings on the board. Each of those does a damage from Fighters for Freedom, and then we're seeing 2 swings, each of them buffed. Only 8 HP left for Anakin. Anakin's in trouble.
Yep, and I mean, he can deploy this turn, and he would be massive, but this is a lot of damage.
He's done so little damage to the base. I mean, maybe if he had a bravado, he would be able to swing for tons of damage, but I don't think he has it. He deals 2 damage to his own base to have Yoda take out that unit, and the Restore mitigates the 2 damage that he took. Yoda is a very strong card for Anakin. And Fighters for Freedom, incidentally, in one of these double red decks with a lot of small units, can do a lot of ping damage. So now let's see whether our Sabine player can do 8 damage this turn and close the game. He has 8 damage on board, but we don't know what other tricks Anakin might have to mess with him. It's going to be 4 to base from Sabine. Only 4 HP remaining.
Oh, they're switching out some tokens.
Yep. Now Anakin gets +6 power at this point, so he could actually swing for 10. If there was a bravado, Anakin could potentially kill here. That's going to be a perilous position used on red 3. So red 3 exhausted, but another heroic sacrifice wins this game for Sabine. Additionally, if that V-Wing attacks, the indirect damage is actually a major threat. It would potentially be clearing Anakin's units because he can't really afford to put more damage on his base at this phase.
Ooh, Cassian. That's kind of big.
Cassian Andor smuggled out, and Cassian is lethal if Anakin doesn't have a solution. The buff from Red 3 means he would be swinging for 4 damage here, and it looks like Anakin's picking up his cards. Sabine makes it. Well, you know, even with 35 HP, Sabine got there before Anakin could even deploy, and now we're going to see what happens in game 2.
That was a pretty quick one. Over in about 8 minutes. I think took a bit longer than Xavier's game 1 in the last round.
Yeah. You know, the 35 HP may be a lot, but as you had discussed earlier, Rebel Trader, the multiple small units that the Sabine player was able to bring out, along with his use of Tarkentown to get around that first copy of Conquered Dawn interceptors, meant the damage just started adding up too fast for Anakin. And getting such a strong board out in the space arena was I think also a quite relevant move for Sabine. It seemed like Anakin had more presence on the ground, but not a lot of answers in space once those Conquered Dawn interceptors were dealt with.
Sabine 22, yes, this is Sabine Tarkentown. See, I'm taking a look at this Anakin list. It looks actually pretty defensive. Not running too much expensive stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you probably want to play defensively against Sabine here.
Yeah. But I mean, there are versions
Someone
of
in
this
chat
deck
pointed
that,
out.
Oh no, he's got redemptions in there. But there are versions of this that are running like Crate Dragons, Chewies. Oh, he actually has those in the sideboard, so.
Nice. Yeah, that might be for his later game thing. Not what you want in this matchup. It can be very relevant in some. And
Yep.
someone in chat pointed out that he did move the damage before doing the heroic sacrifice, which is good. Ultimately, even if they had missed the damage, though, I'm not entirely sure that it would have mattered as Sabine was able to get there. Someone in chat saying this is why we're getting the rotation. I think in reference to Tarkentown. It's an interesting story. You know, Tarkentown has certainly achieved a degree of prominence recently that it did not have back in the Set 1 days. I don't think people considered Tarkentown a bad base, and I mean, I was playing Sabine Tarkentown even back then. But Energy Conversion Lab overshadowed it to a huge degree. These days, though, we're seeing Tarkentown more commonly played than ECL.
Yeah. And Sabine also. It's just been around since Set 1, and she's always had prominence.
Yeah, I think there has never been any time in this game where I felt like Sabine was a non-viable leader. There have been times where I thought, oh, she's clearly the best, and there have been times when I've thought, like, she's decent, but not necessarily what I would want to be playing. But she's never been in the, like, oh, don't play Sabine, or like, oh, you're playing Sabine? What are you doing? I don't think she's ever been at that state.
Yeah, the only possible exception is like this, last couple of months with Django.
And yeah, and even then, I liked Sabine Yellow. I didn't like Sabine ECL in that meta, but I liked Sabine Yellow. All right, we'll see how we do here in game 2. Sabine picking up the win in game 1. The players have their stuff shuffling on up, and let's see how this goes. C-3PO start once again for our Anakin player, but this time he's going to miss that top deck draw.
And Xavier again dodging the arena.
Yeah. Once again, our Sabine player able to avoid having his early unit picked off by a C-3PO buff by Anakin's ability, bringing out Green Squadron A-Wing to threaten some damage in space.
Oh, I think Campion has the blow up a vehicle card. I forget what it's called.
Shoot down?
I think so.
A shoot down here would be nice. And that is what we see. That Green Squadron A-Wing gets shot down, and that's going to be 2 damage to our Sabine player's base as well. That's a very efficient card, even though it does suffer from being restricted to only 1 arena. We're going to fire off a ping here from Sabine. C-3PO does 1 to the base, and misses another draw. And let's see what our Sabine player has to play this turn. Now, what is that? Oh, he's bringing out the
Soldier,
small
the
units again.
501st,
That's
it
going to
looks
be
like.
Soldier the 501st, Benthic 2 tubes, and he has a third play as well.
Bones.
Mr. Bones.
He's gonna
So what do you
perform
do here
violence.
if you're the Anakin player here, what do you do? I think personally I would probably just have C3PO take out Mr. Bones without using the ability. But I don't know, maybe you want to kill Benthic 2 tubes with the ability to prevent that buff?
Looks like he's taking your line.
Yeah.
And again, whiffs on the 3PO. That's rough. Starting a card behind with Colossus and then not being able to recoup.
Yeah,
on the
he's
3PO.
over 3 on that C3PO buff. Benthic 2 tubes swings and successfully buffs the Soldier of the 501st. Anakin plays a Conquer Dawn Interceptors, but there's nothing in space for them to intercept. And that Soldier of the 501st is now going to do a buffed attack. Yeah, the Benthic 2 tubes buff goes off for a big hit. And then Sabine going to deploy. That'll probably be another 3 damage at least.
Ooh,
Heroic Resolve on
5.
Sabine.
At least. This is not the top table. This is table 4. The top table did
I believe these
a
players are
neutral draw.
I believe these players are X and 1, Caniac.
Yep.
Now here's the question: do you use Heroic Resolve here, or do you just do a normal swing? Looks like it's going to be a normal swing.
Yeah, you're not really under pressure. I think you can just swing normally. Depends on
Yeah,
what you
I
have
think
in
he wants
hand,
to like
but-
save that for a later moment. So that's another 4 damage there.
Oh, is he just?
Now, why
What
was
did he do?
No, he did use it. Okay, he did use it. I was thinking that was too much damage.
Oh, okay. It gives it overwhelm. That's what it is. And then you tacked into the 3PO.
So he used the Heroic Resolve to overwhelm C3PO to protect his other units. Interesting move. To be honest, I
like
had
it.
forgotten that card even gave overwhelm, but that's a cool play.
I did too.
And then we saw a daring raid to the base for an additional 2 damage. And the reason so much damage got through was C3PO was already severely damaged by Mr. Bones. Now we see another C3PO on this next turn, and it finally hits, drawing a Yoda. But we're going to see Benthic 2 tubes get to swing, probably buffing Sabine here. Does our Anakin player have some way to deal with Sabine? If not, this is going to be a lot of damage. No, he's going to buff the Soldier of the 501st. Interesting. Well, it doesn't look like there's an answer to that either.
Yeah. We might be heading for
If Benthic,
a quick game.
yeah. If Benthic 2 tubes gets to land that on attack ability and the opponent can't interact with it or stop the second attack, he gets insanely high value. You're essentially getting 4 damage per swing with a card that costs 1, which is really, really strong. But it looks like our Anakin player just does not have an answer, and now we're going to see Cassian Andor from Smuggle. Another 3 damage, and we only have 6 HP left, despite being on the 35 HP Colossus, with Anakin yet to deploy.
Yeah. All right. This is the Anakin deploy turn, though, but this is a pretty formidable board.
Yeah, we're on our 6 resource turn. Anakin is going to get a chance to deploy. He has built up a bit of a board, can do some healing here with Yoda, so he's not out of this game, but he is at a desperately low based HP total.
Obi-Wan.
But there's Obi-Wan Kenobi. The
Nice art of it,
fancy,
too.
cool-looking Obi-Wan from those sector qualifiers. I have a copy of that I got in Denver, and it looks really good. Now let's see how this goes.
And we're at the point where I think 2 hits from Anakin is lethal. Once he flips.
Let's see here. He'd get +5, so it'd be 9. Yeah, that's right. 2 damage, 2 swings from Anakin would be exact lethal. Now it looks like our Sabine player is trying to bash through this Obi-Wan. Doesn't necessarily have a clean. Has he used his Tarkin Town yet, though? I don't think he has.
Yeah, no,
And
he
there it
hasn't.
goes. Tarkin Town clears Obi-Wan. Now,
Does get to buff the
the
3PO.
Anakin-
Let's him clear the
yeah, I
the
think you
soldier.
buff C3PO here. And then you can either kill the Soldier of the 501st without using Anakin's ability, or use Anakin's ability to kill Sabine. I think he's going to kill the Soldier of the 501st, maintain. Oh no, he does use Anakin's ability here. So that I think that ends up with him taking more damage overall than if he had gone for Soldier of the 501st. So Soldier of the 501st. Now wait a minute. Something's wrong. This should be 31, not 21,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
There we
okay,
go.
I got it.
Okay. Just a manipulation error. Our Sabine player still hasn't spent a single resource this turn. Let's see what happens. But Anakin is going to be swinging now for 10 damage, which is kind of crazy. So if Anakin swings here and then takes the initiative, he can win with one more attack. And our Sabine player would have to have some kind of direct attack pump to get through, or a way to stop Anakin.
Yep. Oh, apparently he drew the card when buffing 3PO.
Oh, like he drew a card for, yeah, that is not correct. You should only draw a card if you buff a unit with the, is it force trade or force trade, I think.
Yeah.
Anakin swings in, not going for the base directly. He's going to defeat that. He's going to defeat that Cassian who only had 1 HP. That makes a lot of sense. He's still in range to defeat the base in one more attack, but by swinging into Cassian, he also removes a potential threat. And there's only 4 HP left, but our Sabine player can only swing for 3 at a time. He needs to have some kind of buff, a heroic sacrifice, a fleet lieutenant, something to allow him to do some more damage here. It looks like he's picking up the cards. I guess he doesn't have it.
All right. We did contact the judges about the extra card, but I'm not sure what they can do about it. I don't think it was game determinative. In fact, I'm almost certain it wasn't.
Yeah, it looks like Sabine was off by 1 there. Very interesting situation, and let's see what happens in here in game 3.
That Anakin can just end games out of nowhere.
Yeah, I think that's one of the real strengths that Anakin has to offer. He can really turn the corner. One of the things that I'll also say about Anakin is that in other games, you have this concept of your life total being a resource, and I think Anakin embodies that more than any in Star Wars Unlimited at this time, as he can quite directly spend his base HP. Now, I'm not sure that extra draw is crucial because honestly, I don't think that Anakin player played a single card after taking that draw.
He didn't.
Because the C3 or the Obi-Wan had been all his resources, and all he did after that was swing, flip Anakin, and swing. So unfortunate situation, but not one that I like you said earlier, Traitor. Not one that I think really changed the outcome.
Yep, because the Sabine player would have scooped as soon as they realized they didn't have any any pumps. If you want the melee link, scroll a ways up in chat. I posted it at some point. It might be a ways up though. I'll try to post it again after this round.
All right. Might be some more sideboarding going on. Might just be some shuffling. Not entirely sure what went on with the judge, but I think we are now going to move on to the third game of this match. After a strong Sabine win in game 1 and Anakin barely managing to make that comeback alive by 1 HP in game 2. Let's see how game 3 goes.
We have 34 players today. right now our undefeateds are Carlos and Adam, who we've had on stream before. Carlos is Quinnland Tarkentown, Adam's Han Yellow. They did an intentional draw this round. We've got one more undefeated who's paired down right now, which is Emmanuel and
Are we
Sabine
cutting
Lucille.
to top 8 after this round?
No, we got one more round of Swiss after.
One more round of Swiss than the top 8. Okay.
I'm not familiar with all the intentional draw math, so I don't know if they're doing it optimally or not, but
Okay.
might be nice to just have a round off, you know?
Yeah. We'll see what happens. All right, they're getting shuffled up here. Looks like our Sabine player is good to go. Anakin maybe doing a mulligan, and we'll soon be with this last game here of round 5. And as is usual for Sabine, we have ample time remaining, over 30 minutes left in the round as they move into game 3.
All right, 3PO hits this time, and that's a nice hit. The Conquered Dawn Interceptors. Xavier has shown that he's got lots of ways around him, but it's still an impactful card.
Green Squadron A-Wing in the space arena. I think it's going to get shot down, though, again. I think I see a shoot down in hand for our Anakin player. Now, why did he ping instead of taking the attack here?
Yeah.
I think that's a major error from our Sabine player, ultimately leading to his unit getting removed without getting a chance to deal 3 damage. That could end up being decisive, but we'll have to see. All right, tough start there for Sabine. Yeah, can he make the comeback? Not how he wants to start. Oh, well, he's got red 3. Maybe he was hoping that his opponent would play Conquered Dawn Interceptors, and he could then play red 3 and have the Green Squadron A-Wing clear it.
And it looks like Xavier pinged again with Sabine, giving Camden the initiative. I think he might have a second copy of Shoot Down in there, if I'm seeing that right.
That would be pretty brutal for our Sabine player, as Shoot Down will take out red 3. Red 3 has a nice buff, but has bad stats for its price.
Someone said 402 is always enough in 6 rounds. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that computes.
Red 3 going in for 3 damage to the base. C3PO swings in for 1. Another Sabine ping, 6 damage on each base here. 3 resources. It's going to be okay. That will be the classic Village Protectors, giving some defense for Sabine, who's about to deploy. Sabine flips.
All right. Xavier does have lots of ways to get through the village people here, though.
Yeah, we could see. Now, what is that? Is that a heroic resolve? Is there a way to remove that shield? Oh, it's going to be the classic Spec Force soldier. And an R2. Classic R2.
Gonna leave an arm to the teeth on top, it looks like.
I guess that other card from Anakin was not actually a copy of Shoot Down, but was a Daring Raid, which was used on red 3.
Yep.
Sabine now swinging in for a pretty hard hit. It's going to be 5 total damage, I believe. 2 base plus 1 for on attack, plus 1 for heroic resolve, plus for red 3.
Having some internet issues here, it looks like. Tower, can you still hear me?
From those village protectors, we could potentially see Sabine use her ability. Yes, I can hear you, but I believe we've lost the transmission here.
Oh, okay. I think we're back. I'm getting it back again.
Okay. Yeah. So we have so in this game we had the village protectors lose their shield to R2. Anakin's ability used to allow the village protectors to remove the 501st. Then we see I think Tarkintown used to clear the remaining HP from those village protectors, and now Armed to the Teeth played on Sabine. Sabine buffed with both Heroic Resolve and Armed to the Teeth, I think. So Sabine potentially going to swing in here and give a big buff to the that Spec Force soldier. A lot of damage going in. What ship is that our Anakin player played there, Rebel Traitor? Can you tell?
I think that's Anakin's Interceptor.
Interesting. Even more damage being added to Anakin's base there. Sabine with both Heroic Resolve and Armed to the Teeth is a major problem. But we're about to see Anakin deploy, and he can, like as we saw in the previous game, an Anakin deploy can quickly turn the tide. So let's see how this goes.
Yeah, it's definitely the Anakin's Interceptor.
Another copy of Village Protectors on the field. Sabine sends R2 to knock the shield off once again. Anakin's ability used to allow C-3PO to clear the Spec Force soldier. Now we could see Sabine use that Heroic Resolve to do a lot of damage with Overwhelm. What is
twice
that?
the pride.
Twice the pride. Sabine has a massive pile of buffs here. 3 different upgrades on that Sabine. Heroic Resolve, twice the pride, and an Arm to the Teeth. So this Sabine is swinging for massive damage here and can potentially do it with Overwhelm via that Heroic Resolve. Anakin deploys. Now we're going to see Heroic Resolve fired off,
Sabine
I believe,
is 10,
for the
right?
+4 and Overwhelm.
This is just lethal, right?
I
Oh
think
no,
this
through village
wins.
people.
No, wait, no, it's -2. It's -2 because of the Overwhelm.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, with the
No,
Heroic
wait, maybe it
Resolve
is lethal.
still, because she's 10 natively.
Okay, so wait, it's +4, and then you have
she's
4,
swinging
8. No,
for
yeah, that's
13.
enough damage. That's lethal. That is a
Wow.
massive, even with the village protectors soaking some of it with Overwhelm, that Sabine did massive damage thanks to the buff from using Heroic Resolve. That's +4. Then the twice the prize. Attack ability.
Sorry, everybody. I think we just gotta wait it out.
4 and 1 going into that last round, and very alive for the top cut. Let's see how things develop as we move on.
All right. Did we lose the whole stream feed?
I think we're back.
Is it still live, or do I have to?
Yeah, we
set
lost
up a
it.
new
We lost
stream?
it for a moment, but I believe we're back now. And as is normal for these, Sabine matches, we have an ample amount of time before moving on to round 6, the final round of Swiss play. It's going to be over 20 minutes remaining in this round.
All right. Can you guys hear us now and see us? Is everything back on the same link? I don't have to set anything up again.
Yeah, I think we're good to go. I have it open in another window, and I'm hearing us.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. I guess I'll use this break, look into it, see if there's anything that might be causing it. But for now, let's see if we got updates from other matches. It looks like our Vader player lost to Cad.
Alas.
Not much else has been reported. Some of the lower tables have, but Loopy's still going. He's playing against a Cad also.
Nice. I mean, honestly, with these Sabine matches leaving so much time in the round, a bunch of those other ones probably have yet to just be finished.
Yeah. All right. I think we're gonna go break for a bit, and we'll be back in, I guess, about 20 minutes for round 6, and then after that, it's top 8.
Stay tuned, guys. This is the Misty Mountain Games event, covered here by a crack team from multiple channels and stuff. We got Late Night Gaming, we got Traitor, we got the Misty Mountain Twitch. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined here by Rebel Traitor, and stay tuned for more.
Loopy is on Quinnland, Target Town, for those asking. All right. We'll see ya.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
And we're back. Should be getting started on round 6 soon. We're going to get Loopy. Loopy is going to be playing against Nick, our Vader player from earlier today.
Yeah. Should be interesting to see how this one goes.
Loopy is 4-1. The Vader is 3-2. So this could be, is probably winning in for both these players. Loopy might make it even if he loses, but for this Vader player, it's definitely, do or die. And he might not even make it if he wins, but we'll see. I think this one's going to be exciting, though. Either way.
All right. I believe Loopy is playing Quinnland Tarkentown, Moy.
Yep, he is.
Quinnland Tarkentown versus Vader Yellow 30. Should be an interesting matchup here.
I'm going to put Loopy. Loopy, a.k.a. Jeremy, is our Quinnland player.
We will see how this one progresses. What do you think of this matchup, Rebel Trader?
In principle, I think Loopy is probably favored, but Nick's deck has some explosive plays that can definitely can definitely come out from out of nowhere. Sorry. Can come from out of nowhere and surprise Loopy. Namely like the Vader deploy. It can be hard for Loopy to answer that. But generally, I think Loopy is just going to be a bit slower, which is usually where you want to be in these matchups.
Yeah, it should be interesting. It should be interesting to see exactly what happens here. I think I think that earlier we were discussing how Quinnland can sometimes be vulnerable to 1-drops. And I think that very well could be a dynamic here. If we see Vader, if we see a scenario where Vader leads off with like the Kijimi patrollers, they get pinged off the board immediately. That's a much worse start for him than if he plays like a TIE fighter or something. Loopy doesn't have a 1-drop, and Vader is then able to get the TIE train rolling.
Looks like Loopy's list is very hand control-y. He's got force throw.
Maybe a pillage in there.
He's got the jamming thing, the one that lets you discard an event. Jam communications. Spark Rebellion. Pillages in the sideboard, not in the main.
That does sound like a lot.
3 Ahsoka's main though. 3 Kira's.
Yeah. Sometimes that can be an effective strategy against control decks in particular, and more so if they're running that new Colossus base and start off down a card. I remember back in the day, what was that card? Was it Forced Negotiations? It's really fallen out of favor now that we have the pillage as an option, but
Forced Surrender.
Forced Surrender, that's what it is. I remember a joke that it was called Forced Surrender because if you successfully resolve it, your opponent is going to just concede.
Yeah.
But the impracticality of playing that card, since you have to have dealt damage to your opponent first, has led to it broadly being replaced by pillage for these discard builds.
Did Nick just play 3 resources worth of cards?
Looks like he did. I'm seeing a Zagarian Starhopper, which costs 2, and a is it a Republic Wide? No, we're moving on to the next turn, I think. No, I guess that was the second turn. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Oh, I guess.
Wait, that doesn't make a ton of sense.
Nick might have passed round 1 to avoid Tarkentown, and then Loopy
maybe
said, "Let's do it." And I think that's
okay. Yeah, that would make sense. So turn 1, absolutely nothing happened. Turn 2, we see these units. What's Loopy's ship there?
It's the Red Leader, I think, the 3/4 that does damage to damage units.
Red 5.
Yeah, Red 5.
Let's see here. Okay. Sabine, explosives artist on the field. Ping used.
That will
The
set up the
Zagarian
kill with the red
Starhopper, after being
5.
pinged, swings for 2. And red 5 gets the double kill. The on attack ability kills the wounded Starhopper. The normal attack clears out that Y-wing. Now Vader can make a tie and does so. Let's see what he has to do with his resources this turn.
Kijimi. Swarm more
Yep,
TIE
Kijimi
fighters out.
patrollers, more units on the boards, swarming. And then
Ooh,
what is that? What is that card called again? Is the one that gives an experience?
Outland TIE fighter.
Outer Rim. Now, who got the experience?
He's still deciding, I think.
Yeah, that's the Outland TIE Vanguard there. Erroneously giving an experience to itself. That's not allowed. Okay, so then gives an experience to one of those normal TIE tokens instead. One cool thing about doing it that way is it may create an incentive to not attack into one of the units that can allow a token to be made by Vader. Vader has this interesting situation where you can't make a TIE token from another TIE token attacking. You have to have attacked with a non-token unit. So buffing his token may help keep his normal units alive to get more tokens.
It looks like they missed the indirect from the
Zagarian Starhopper. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that should be 2 indirect damage on death, unless that's the 2 damage on base, but I don't think it was, because I think there was a normal attack into base.
It went to base, yeah.
Ooh, man, with Quinnland on the board, playing this Falcon allows the Kijimi patrollers to be pinged off the board. This is not looking good for Vader, I'll tell you that. But we do see, we see Victor Leader buffing all those ties.
Force throw. That's the first one of the match.
Loses a waylay. That's going to be 3 damage. That's enough to clear any of these units except for the Victor Leader. But you could do 3 damage to Victor Leader and then remove it with Tarkintown.
Or with the red 5.
Oh, yeah, or with red 5. Good point. You wouldn't even need Tarkintown.
But if you leave it alive, this buffed TIE fighter can kill the red 5.
Yeah, that's true. Or the Outland TIE Vanguard, which also has 3 power right now.
Oh, they're going back now and resolving the Zagarian, it looks like. So I don't know how the judges
the 2 indirect
this.
from the Starhopper.
Yeah. It's up to the judges. It is a mandatory, and it's both players' responsibility to get it. There's been lots of information revealed since then, so. Libby's pointing out his Sabine, which seems like the obvious target at this point. Yeah, it's just going to be 2 on Sabine. Thank you to the judges for being awesome.
Yeah, the damage on Sabine isn't a big issue here for Loopy, with his opponent not having anything in the ground arena to threaten that Sabine. This is really one of the problems with indirect damage. Sometimes it can be really good, but sometimes the opponent has a place to send it where it just doesn't have very much impact.
Okay, so now we go back to resolving that force throw. And
that's right. And it looks like it's going to remove the buffed TIE token. I think I might, in Loopy's place, I might have removed the Vanguard, the Outland TIE Vanguard instead, because if that Outland TIE Vanguard gets to attack, it can also clear red 5. And additionally, with it attacking, that's going to open up a potential token from Vader. They incorrectly only take 2 damage there, but it's fixed. And that, I think, well, we'll see how this goes. Yeah, 3 damage on Victor Leader from the Falcon. And now, unfortunately for our Vader player, he cannot clear Red 5 with that tie. And Red 5 can now get a double kill.
Looks like all the top 3 tables intentionally drew.
On attack resolved against Victor Leader, removing it. And that means that by the time the normal combat damage is dealt here, the Victor Leader buff is gone and Red 5 stays alive. So I
Yeah.
do think that our Vader player would have done better to remove that Red 5 before this combat occurred. But, we'll have to see how it goes.
And this one is looking real good for Loopy. We might not even get to see Vader deploy. Although, actually, wait, they're on 6 now, aren't they? So he could just
No,
deploy now.
Vader will get to deploy, but he's going to deploy into a tough board, I think. Do we know if Loopy's running Bamboozle?
I would guess he is, but I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. He's got 2 in the sideboard, none in the main.
Okay. Disabling Fangfighter would also be an option with his aspect composition. Let's see how things continue.
All right, so Vader comes on to the ground.
Yeah, no spaceships available for Vader to deploy onto. Vader hits the ground running, but I don't know. Is there a barrage or something to fire off from Vader? It doesn't look like it. All right. Has Vader played anything here?
Doesn't look like it.
Vader just swinging away into the base, but he's getting it pretty low.
Yeah. All right,
Plo Koon
Flo.
shows up to pick him off. I will be surprised if this game does not go Loopy's way.
I would too at this point. All right, Nick is fighting for it though. He's still in it. Loopy only has 8 health left. If he can manage to sneak some
But
things
this
through.
Vader deck does not necessarily have a lot of
Ooh.
reach. He doesn't have access to Red Devastator. He doesn't have access to Ruthless Raider. He doesn't have access to Daring Raid unless he's playing these cards out of aspect. I'm just not sure what is going to get him that reach damage with the board so disadvantageous.
Yep. All right, Loopy's gonna get it here in game 1. Nick does have sneak attacks on the sideboard, but that's pretty much his only form of reach.
Okay. Yeah, Vader only has 9 HP left. I think it's... Are they cleaning up the board? What's happening here? I guess our Vader player may be scooped here?
They might just be sideboarding.
Yeah. The first game is over, though.
Yeah. Oh, probably, yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll see how this goes. If you're Vader, what can you do to try to improve this scenario?
You definitely bring in the sneak attacks for reach. And people talking about IDs in chat. There are lots of people that ID'd. The top 3 tables all ID'd. So it might be rough for the 4 and 2s, but we'll see. Loopy right now is 4 and 1. Nick is 3 and 2.
Okay, here we go. Shuffling on up after the sideboard. And we'll see what we're doing here.
If I'm loopy, I'm definitely bringing in those bamboozles.
Yeah. I think they're a very potent tool against pilot leaders in general, though we did see our Vader player deploying ground, maybe scared of those bamboozles even pre-sideboard. On the other hand, he didn't exactly have a bunch of ships to deploy onto, as the game had already gotten pretty away from him by the time that Vader deployed.
Yep.
All right. Looks like our Vader player will take the initiative. Not always necessarily the best choice against Quinnland.
But when it
But we'll
comes
see
to
how
content
things progress.
creators, it is always the best choice.
When it comes to content creators, take the
Taking the
initiative.
initiative,
Yeah, I hear you.
Late night gaming also close second. Tonight they're gonna have Ryan Warner from Rebel Resource on. That's at 7:30 Pacific, 9:30 Central.
Here we go. Here we go.
All right, they took a while to decide. That was almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly was happening there. Sometimes, sometimes people might be chatting with each other or similar sorts of things. Not necessarily always a scenario where, there's super high urgency. But here we go. And it looks like it is actually going to be Loopy with the initiative. Plays out Sabine, and our Vader player with the Zagarian Starhopper.
Yeah, I imagine Nick gave away initiative.
Yeah, I think it's a good
that's what you
idea,
do.
honestly, especially if you don't have a way to waste initiative like you might with Sabine, using that one to each base or whatever.
Yep. All right, Nick thinking about the resource here. He's made his choice.
Okay, 3 to base from Sabine. I think there's a good chance we're just going to see a basic swing here. Yep, 2 damage to base with
Turns
the
on the
Zagarian
Vader.
Starhopper. Yep. We will potentially be seeing that TIE fighter being created this turn. Now we have, looks like another red 5 that did very well for Loopy in the previous match. Vader's ability used.
Ooh, shuttle.
Oh, Sanctioner shuttle capturing red 5. We saw this Sanctioner shuttle making some plays earlier, and it's at it again.
You've just been sanctioned.
Yeah. Let's see what happens here.
Falcon. That's
It's
a
a
nice
good one.
one.
That sanctioner shuttle might not be staying on the field for long.
Either through Falcon or Tarkentown, it's gonna go here.
Probably needs to be an attack from that sanctioner shuttle here in order to get some value before it dies, though I don't know for sure. Yep.
Yep.
Sanctioner shuttle swings in for so another 2 damage to base, up to 4 total. Falcon is going to actually take out the Zagirian Starhopper, maybe leaving the Sanctioner shuttle to be removed by Tarkentown. That does mean there's going to be 2 indirect damage, and as was eventually the case in the previous game, Loopy's going to put that damage on Sabine. Seems like a pretty reasonable move.
These are not 5-0. Loopy is 4-1. Nick is 3-2. This is table 4.
So-
The top 3 tables all intentionally drew.
Let's see what
34
happens
players in the
here.
event.
I think we're going to see another Vader activation here. Could bring us another tie token. That Sanctioner shuttle, though, probably going to be removed by Tarkentown, which will give Loopy his red 5 back and put him on a much stronger board overall, though our Vader player has yet to play a card this turn. There goes that Sanctioner shuttle to Tarkentown, as predicted.
Yep.
Really rough looking board for Vader, even with that extra tie. Let's see what he can play this turn to get more value. 3 damage to his base from Sabine as well.
That'll be 34 players.
Now, what is that? It's the first order tie and then a resupply.
Ooh.
We will
So-
potentially have Vader deploying next turn, but as we saw previously, he's going to be deploying into a very weak board. The Quinnland side of things is looking a lot stronger, and this is one of the downsides, in my opinion, of capture. Capture is a very temporary solution, and once the unit that conducted the capture is removed, your opponent often ends up being the one with the advantage.
All right, we're gonna bounce the Falcon, and I think I'm not sure if that's a Spark. It might be a Spark, might be a Bamboozle in hand. If it is a Bamboozle, Nick better beware. And yes, there will be a top 8 right after this round.
Quinnland flips. Okay. What now?
Oh. Did we just lose the feed? Looks like we did. Is it on their end or mine?
Strike comes to those TIE fighters getting buffed. This could be something here. The Quinnland ping is no longer enough to remove these ties.
Oh, our feed's going in and out. I think it might be
hopefully
just on my end. Oh.
Hopefully it's still legible to the viewers.
All right.
Now we
we're
could
back.
see. I think there was a Falcon in hand. We could potentially see the Falcon being played, Quinnland ping onto Victor Leader, and then the Falcon swinging in to clear it, which I think would be a pretty reasonable move. But for the time being, Sabine swings into the base, and now I think we're going to see Quinnland hitting the base as well. Does give Vader a bit of an opportunity to get more damage through with his ties, though, as they are still buffed by Victor Leader. Now we see the Falcon. Ping goes off on Victor Leader as predicted.
I think we might be heading toward a Vader ground deploy.
No, Vader already deployed. He was taken out by that surprise strike on Red 5.
Oh, that must have happened while the feed was going in and out. Sorry.
Wow, I think we saw an outmaneuver, exhausting only that one Millennium Falcon. That is a
Wow.
really not efficient play for our Vader player, and it preserves Victor Leader. It doesn't even really preserve Victor Leader, because now Loopy can just take the initiative and swing in. I think that is really looking like a bit of a gaffe for our Vader player there. And indeed, Victor Leader immediately taken out. Maybe it was the best that he could do with his resources, and it's going to at least buy him a little bit of time. But we'll see here. Vader does have 4 ties, but they're just basic ties. He fires an overwhelming barrage on one of his ties, and that 3 damage is enough to clear the Falcon and Sabine. That's not bad. Now, the problem is playing any unit allows Quinnland to ping off one of these ties. There's Ahsoka, who's going to not only ping off a tie with Quinnland's ability, but can also potentially do an exhaust. See what our Vader player ends up discarding. Discards a lurking tie phantom, and that is going to mean that a tie gets exhausted. It's going to be the buffed tie getting exhausted, and then the Quinnland ping will kill probably one of the standing ties. Looks like
he missed that, maybe.
Loopy may have forgotten to resolve the Quinnland ping there. I believe it's non-mandatory, so yeah, I mean, he may have just missed it. Yeah, you may deal 1 damage to an enemy unit. No, I guess they saw it. I think one of those has been removed now.
This is definitely rough for Vader at the moment.
Yeah. I mean, he has, in a sense, he has a board, but it's these, dinky 1 damage TIE fighters that are just not going very fast. I do think we saw another Victor Leader drawn for our Vader player, though, which might be enough to at least get him some more gas in this race. And he does have the advantage of a 30 HP base. So he has 15 HP remaining, while Quinnland has 14. However, Quinnland has 6 damage on board, while our Vader player only has 3. But if that Victor Leader indeed hits the field, it's going to be 6 damage on board for Vader as well. There's Victor Leader. So potentially 6 damage. Another force throw.
Ooh, it's only a 1 though.
It's a 1. Yeah, wow, that's crazy. It's a 1 drop unit, and that actually means it won't kill one. No, wait. Oh man. That should not kill the tie. It's 1 damage on the tie. Looks like they catch it. 1 damage on the tie, still alive thanks to Victor Leader. He should have swung with the damaged tie here. Swinging with the undamaged tie allows Quinnland to play any unit and ping off the damaged tie. So a bit of a mistake there from our Vader player. Millennium Falcon shows up. 1 damage onto the 1 damage there is going to be sent onto Victor Leader, allowing the Falcon to clear it. And now the damage dies because it loses its +1 HP. We do have an undamaged tie on the board that can swing for another 1 damage.
Loopy now up to 21. Both players are even in terms of remaining health, but Loopy's got much more on board. Loopy's in fact got enough to win the game on board. Ooh, but the Sanctioner shuttle. Only gonna hit for 5.
Okay.
Now Loopy's in range of claim lethal with the Quinnland. All right, Nick's staying in it.
I don't know what maybe he would have upgrade removal to get that off Quinnland if Loopy just claims.
Maybe.
I just claim here, I think, but Loopy is going to swing on in. So now 1 HP remains for our Vader player. Presumably he claims. And at this point, I think what you're looking for is an outmaneuver to exhaust both units in the ground arena.
Exactly.
It's an overwhelming barrage, and I think it's followed up by a fist bump as he recognizes he does not have the damage to win this game. Loopy does it again.
All right, that means Loopy should be going into Top Cut.
Tough situation there for our Vader player. I think that those Falcons in particular were a huge obstacle for him.
Yeah.
A deck that has a lot of ping damage and has the Millennium Falcon is not necessarily what you want to see when you're running Jump to Lightspeed Vader. There's just so many ways for Loopy to mess with the Vader deck's game plan here.
Shout out to Loopy for making this event possible.
Yeah.
Always such a pleasure to work with.
Yeah, big shout out to Loopy. And shout out to him as well for winning the match on his own stream, and I believe moving on to the cut.
Should be, yeah. All right. We're getting some updates. Camden, our Anakin player from a couple rounds ago, won, so he's 4-2 now. Let's see, among our draws, or our intentional draws, we had our Han Yellow player, the Sabine Targentown player, another Quinnland Targentown, a Gar Yellow, a Cad Targentown, a Sabine ECL. That's it. Yeah, those are all the players that ID'd, and I imagine all of them are going to make it. Loopy's probably going to make it. And then there's going to be one other lucky 4-2. And right now we've got an Anakin in contention for that, a Sabine ECL. Oh, it looks like they're going to give us another match.
Oh, what's happening here? Another match moving to the featured table. It's going to be the table 10 match. What
Ooh,
is
that's
on
the
table
Boba
10?
Daimyo deck.
Ooh, spicy.
Both these players
Yeah,
are 2 and 3, so
I believe these decks are not in contention for the cut, but we should at least have some gameplay here for you.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this Boba Daimyo deck. I've wanted to see it all day. Looks like we have another update. Quinnland player 1, making them 4-2, so they're in contention for that last spot.
Okay.
The other matches left, we've got Gar versus Sabine, and we've got Kira versus Boba Yellow. All right, so it looks like we're going to be going into a game 3. I don't know which player won which game, but I'll just put this up to tell you it's game 3.
Yeah, we'll stay 1-on-1, so we'll see what happens next.
It's going to be Austin is our Boba player and Jim is our Gar player. Oh, I think we had Jim on stream earlier.
Let's see here.
So yep, both these players 2 and 3, not going to make it. So Boba Daimyo, if you're unfamiliar, basically whenever you play a unit with a keyword, you can exhaust them and give a unit +1/+0 for the face. So usually they like to do that with ambush stuff to begin ambush for 1 extra. This is Boba. Yeah. With the blue base. Look at this deck. Let's see what we got. Ooh, actually lots of pilots in here, it looks like. And lots of ambush stuff. Yoda's, Village People, Yularen. Interesting. That's, I think, probably the new Yularen, right? Oh, no, it's the green Yularen. Okay.
Here
Lots of
we
Sentinel
go.
stuff, it looks like. Yeah.
That new blue Yularian's a pretty interesting card, honestly.
It looks like Austin's starting with initiative. So I think I may have correctly intuited who won which game.
All right. We will see who wins this game. And we still have a moderate amount of time here for before the cut.
Yeah.
About bit more than 20 minutes left. Should be ample time for a third game. Let's see how it goes.
Let's see. And they have a 5-minute extension. So if they go to time,
Oh,
they've got
nice.
more. But I don't
Yeah,
think I don't think we're gonna run into that.
All right. I'm sorry, not Cad, Gar Saxon versus Daimyo Boba.
All right, I'm gonna step away from.
Now, what did we lead with there?
That's a Hera.
Hera Syndulla pilot deployed as a ground unit. Okay, and then on the other side of things, we have a Zagarian Starhopper for our Gar Saxon player. Moving into the next turn, that Hera Syndulla is pretty cool. 2 for a 2/3 with, I believe, Restore 1, and can also be played as a pilot, granting the same stats and ability to a ship. And because she does have a keyword, this is a situation where Boba Daimyo's ability can be used. Nice play for Boba. It's going to be Blue Leader being played for 3, ambushing and defeating the Starhopper. Boba's ability was used here to grant +1 power for playing a unit with a keyword, in this case ambush, to Hera Syndulla. So she'll be swinging for 3 and 2 indirect damage to base from that Zagarian Starhopper. But Gar brings out a 7th Fleet Defender, comes into play with that shield, which is going to allow it to potentially clear Blue Leader while remaining alive. However, we then have we then do have Hera swinging into base for 3 damage and restoring 1 from our Boba player's base. Boba Fett collecting the bounty may be suspended, but Boba Fett Daimyo is a valid choice. We could potentially even see Boba Fett's armor being played, though it's unlikely here given that it's out of aspect. And let's see how things continue. Now, we have someone in chat saying that Gar Saxon hard counters Boba. We'll see how this goes.
All right, I'm just back. What did I
Nathan
miss?
Breadfelt in chat. We saw Starhopper versus Hera turn 1, turn 2 Blue Leader killed Starhopper, and the Gar Saxon player developed a 7th Fleet Defender. Looks like the 7th Fleet Defender is going base instead of clearing the Blue Leader here, which I'm a little surprised by. But we will see how things develop. And Nathan in chat saying that he really expects blue-green to come out swinging after the latest suspensions. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I do too. We had one Kira player, and they're still in contention. Although, actually, nope, they're not anymore. They just lost their last round. So 3-3 finish for the Kira player.
Racing behavior from both players, with the Blue Leader swinging into base, as is the 7th Fleet Defender. The Gar Saxon player here is going to play, I believe that's a Lom Pike.
That is.
And then Hera, I think, still swinging. No, Hera's going to actually crash into Lom Pike here. Restoring 1 and doing 2 damage to Lom. I wonder if this is going to be a setup for an ambush. No, it's going to be a setup for a takedown. The Boba player really doesn't want Lom Pike on the board. I'm not totally sure that's how I would have done it. I think I maybe would have preferred to just send Hera into the base and spend the takedown on the defender, but Lom Pike is a good card. Let's see how things develop. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have the 7th Fleet Defender swing into base, doing several damage, and it is swinging for 4 thanks to the buff from that shield token with Gar Saxon. Our Boba player brings out Pilot Chewie, using Boba's ability to give a buff to the blue leader, and another Lom Pike hits the board on Gar Saxon's side of things.
Can't stop the Pike.
All right. Let's see what happens next here.
Ooh, snapshot. And is he gonna take out Chewie with that? Looks like it.
Yep, looks like it. Snapshot.
Oh, I think our internet's dipping again.
Reflexes. Lom Pike swinging on in. Takes a lot of damage. Gar continuing to race in the space arena with that 7th Fleet Defender using a surprise strike to swing in for 6. I think that's the Mandalorian hitting the field.
Looks like we temporarily lost the feed. Okay, there we go. It's back up. All right, Gar flipping. Boba flipping in return.
Yeah, both leaders on the field, and the Mandalorian there, Sentinel, preventing Gar from going straight for the base. Let's see how this goes. Hmm. Looks like 2 resources for a surprise strike,
Ooh,
allowing
that gets
another
around
surprise
Mando.
strike played. Yeah, the Mandalorian is off the board, I think. But but Gar Saxon is too, because in this situation, Boba had played the Mandalorian, giving it +1, and then it had an additional +1 from the passive of the leader unit Boba. So it ends up actually being a trade, and then leader Boba swings into base.
All right, both players pretty even on damage.
I'm really
Austin's up by 2.
surprised that our Gar player has not used that 7th Fleet Defender to clear blue leader at some point here.
Yeah. I think he might be saying, I'm the aggro, and I want to be dealing damage as much as I can.
Yeah, but I mean, getting a free kill is pretty good when your opponent is racing you. I guess he would lose his shield, which would make that unit slightly weaker in further attacks, but I don't know. We'll see how this goes. $13 HP left for Gar, 15 HP left for...
Oh, I think we're losing the internet again.
Boba, and with Boba on the field, that looks like, okay, Lom Pike swings to base and puts a shield on himself and a shield on blue leader. Okay. And
I guess he really
let's
doesn't want
see
to kill that
how...
blue leader.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to race and push damage here, I think. Ooh. Jedi Luke arrives, and his -3/-3 should be enough to kill, I think, either of these units, right?
Yep. I'm probably, I don't know. It's difficult. All right, it's going to be the 7th Fleet.
Yeah, I think 7th Fleet gets hit there because it's ready.
Yeah. Saving over the course of 2 rounds, 6 damage as compared to 5.
Yeah.
Ooh, Commandeer. I think that's the first Commandeer.
Commandeer.
Or this whole tournament.
Yeah,
really.
nice play there, taking over that. And now the shield, I wonder if he was setting this up with Lom Pike. The shield that he gave his opponent's blue leader is now buffing that blue leader to deal more damage to the opponent's base. Boba swings in for 4. That's going to be another swing for 4, up to 25. But here's the thing. If our Boba player takes the initiative, he can get out of the danger zone by attacking with Luke, I believe, right?
Let's see.
The Restore 3?
Hitting for 6.
Yeah, so that the Restore 3 from Luke will take... The Restore 3 from Luke will take Boba's base out of range unless there's another buff of some kind for that Lom Pike.
Yeah, which there very well
Maybe a
might be.
Hotshot Blaster would take him from 6 to 8.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here. It's coming down to the wire. This game has not always gone the way that I would expect, but it is certainly making for a tense and close final battle here. Let's see here.
Austin also has a lot of things with Sentinel, so he might just play one of those to play around a potential pump.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Goes for the swing with Luke on base. Heals his own base to 22. Boba is now threatening lethal. But is there going to be another pump of some kind to allow Lom Pike to take out Boba's base? He's looking through those resources. Does he have a Hotshot Blaster in there? I don't think he does. I don't know if there's a way out here. He needs 8 damage, and that Lom is only swinging for 6, which also means that Lom is not in range to kill. He's also not in range to kill Leader Boba. He swings, and he doesn't have it. So that's going to be That's going to be a win there. He took 2 little damage on his base, but it doesn't matter. It's not enough for lethal.
Yeah.
Either
good
way,
game.
it should I believe have been 2 more thanks to the Gar Saxon buff and the snapshot reflexes.
Yep. And Austin had the U-wing in hand. That would have been nice.
Yep. Well, very interesting scenario there, and ultimately, after a prolonged race, it's going to be Boba Daimyo who wins it, thanks to Luke healing his base out of range of that attack.
Who says Gar is anti-Boba?
Well, I don't know, but didn't turn out that way this game. However, I do think if our Gar player had opted to remove that blue leader earlier with his 7th Fleet Defender, he might have had a better scenario.
For sure. All right. We're waiting on 3 last tables to finish up. Actually, this was one of them, so 2 more. One of them is between 2 X and 2 players. It's Gar Yellow versus Sabine ECL. So winner of that might have a chance of making it.
Interesting.
Oh, and we got that one in. It looks like the Gar player won.
Okay.
We just got one last match of 2 players that are 2 and 3. And then we can look at who's in.
Okay. Well, there you have it. There you have it all. We're going to be bringing you the top cut of this event quite soon.
All right. I'm going to go to break, and we'll be back soon.
Sounds
Okay, hello, everyone. Oh, it looks like they're actually just going now. All right, I think. All right, so we've got Loopy versus Camden here. We've had both these players on stream. I'm gonna pull up their lists briefly, because we do have those now. Oh, I actually should clarify. If we can show the list, but we have them. Loopy is. Oh shoot. Well, I just showed Loopy's list. Oh, it's gone. Hey. It is. All right. Still waiting for clarification on whether or not we can show lists. But I'm preparing them for the eventuality that we can. If you're wondering what the overall top cap breakdown is, we've got I think 2 Quinnlands, 2 Sabines, 1 ECL, and then the Target Town one. A Han Yellow, a CAD Target Town, this Anakin deck, and what's the other thing? Oh, Gar Yellow. I mean, loopy. Yeah. All right, we've just received clearance to show the lists. So let's start with this one. This is the Anakin Colossus list, and I'll share them here so you can look at them also, Tower. So, it's pretty low to the ground. He's got Lukes and Redemptions. More stuff for long games in the sideboard. And was that a Wampa in the sideboard? The generic 4/5 Wampa from Spark Rebellion? That is what that is. It might just be that he only owns 2 cannons. Yeah. Because it does seem weird. Yeah. Maybe he wants the overwhelm for something, but that's all I can think of. All right. Let's take a look at Loopy's list now. This is what we're here for. Again, a pretty low to the ground list. He's got 1 Han, 1 Radiant 7 for 7 drops. Everything else is 5 and below. And he's just running all the value stuff. He's got Lux Bontaries in the main, even after Django. I just might still be worried about what's it called? The sneak attack. All right, it looks like they're drawing hands. So we're gonna head over to the main screen here. I still haven't updated all this. All right, so we are in top 8. It is gonna be Loopy on the left, playing Quinnland, and Camden on the right, playing Anakin. And let's see, our other matchups are, we've got the Sabine Targentown is playing the Gar. The Han Yellow is playing the Sabine ECL. And the other Quinnland is playing CAD Targentown. Yeah. And apparently, Camden was Loopy's only loss in Swiss. All right, Anakin gonna be used. Clear that Sabine. And Yoda's restore negates the damage. Kira. Revealing Kanan, Luke, and I can't quite tell what the other card is. And it looks like it was Kanan was the call. And we have confirmation it was Kanan that was called from the judges. All right, Anakin get a lead with it's Blue Leader, right? Is the name of that card? Oh, are we dropping? Oh, and all right, my OBS entirely just crashed. Oh. Okay, we might be back up. Is the stream dead? Can you hear me, Tower? Ooh, is that a trick? That's awesome. All right, Red Squadron X-Wing. And it looks like the stream is back up. All right, I think after this round, I'm going to shut down the stream for a bit to let my computer breathe. And we're probably going to have a new link for top 4. Yep. Anakin's gonna be 6 if he comes out now. Gonna see if he can run that up a little bit. Starting by trading into the red 5 there. All right, picks up, I think, is that pillage off the Stela? Tower, if you're there, we can't hear you. Okay. Oh, you might just not have been talking. Yep. All right, there's the shoot down plus daring raid to kill that Falcon. And all right, there's our Anakin. He's gonna be plus 4, so he's gonna be swinging for 8. And covering the wing. Oh, there we go. All right, so Tower, you were muted. You should be back now.
Well, good to be back. Let's see how this one progresses. Well, our Anakin player is taking over the board here. Now, what is this? It looks like a we got a Green Squadron A-Wing in hand for Loopy. We have, or are those resources? I think that was hand. Going to be a smuggled Cassian, but the problem is Anakin can kill that in one hit very easily.
Yep.
Doesn't
or Luke.
even have to, as Luke shows up. It's only a -3/-3 at this time. Green Squadron A-Wing on the field. X-Wing swings in for 2 to base. Still 13 HP left for Anakin, and he is starting to take over the board. Loopy might be in trouble.
All right, Cassian attacks for 0.
Yeah, the -3/-3 makes that attack kind of pointless. And Anakin swings into Cassian, I believe,
Yep,
with
that's gonna be...
+4, so he's swinging for 8, and there's only 2 HP left to Cassian defeated and 6 to base. Tough scenario there. Can Loopy somehow find enough damage? I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it.
Cannon's got game on board if he can't.
And Luke is also a bunch of healing. Loopy would have to deal 13 damage this turn, and I don't think it's going to happen.
Ahsoka, that could potentially exhaust something.
Let's see.
Oop, but it's not. Cannon's got an event for it. Counters with a force throw. Discards, I think, speeder.
Let's see here.
And counter force throw from Loopy. It's going to be discard 4.
Let's see here. Tough scenario. Now, how much damage do you think could have gotten in if he had if he had not used that ambush on that first turn and lost the X-34?
I don't know. Probably
He
not
might have got a
much.
few more hits in. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like maybe that. Maybe I don't think. Interesting though, and we'll see what happens here.
But yeah, I'm checking the deck list. It looks like Loopy doesn't have that land speeder in his deck list.
Hmm. Hmm.
Oh, that
He does
might be
not
what
have
the
the
Lux
land speeder in
Bontaries
his.
are.
Might have been like
That's
some kind of
probably
error
what it
with this
was.
recording or whatever. Or I mean, I would be kind of surprised if he didn't have them, as I think they're actually one of the best units that Quinnland can play. Coupled with Quinnland's ping ability, they answer a huge number of starting plays, which includes both anything with 3 HP, but also the common 2/2 shielded units. You can use the ping to remove the shield, and then you can swing in with the land speeder for 2 damage. Not entirely sure what's up with that, but I certainly think it's a great card for a Quinnland deck to play. One other interesting thing about that X-34 land speeder is it is a ground vehicle, which is really common, and that means if you are running pilots, they have some good synergy there. Now, I don't think this build from Loopy is actually running pilots, so that may not be so relevant. But in a deck that has, for instance, Han Solo has his moments, you can actually use that on the X-34.
Yeah, it looks like he's got 2 Lux Bontaries in there. The land speeders might have come in for those, which were there for Django's, and he just submitted an old version of the list.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, we reported it to the judges. It's going to be, we've been reporting these rules things all day. Feels real bad.
It's also possible that the list that we have here is out of date, maybe. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there.
I mean, the list we have is right off Melee, so. I really hope it's not a game loss, but I think
That
that's
would be
the
pretty
normal
unfortunate.
penalty for something like this.
That would be pretty unfortunate. All right.
Well, all right. It looks like they're figuring it out with the judges.
Hopefully he has the right deck list there with the printed copy there, or whatever
Yeah,
exactly is going on.
If they gave a printed list submission, also hopefully it's accurate. That might save him.
It'd be an unfortunate scenario here, but yeah.
It looks at least like they're still shuffling, so maybe we
Yeah.
do get a game 2.
Hopefully everything was correct, and we're gonna be able to continue here. I do think that if he was playing stuff not in his deck list, it would normally be a game loss, as I understand it. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. It may be that we're the ones here. So sorry to the viewers if that's the case. I actually don't know what the precise rules are for that. Let's check that out. Yeah, so if you look at the master event document, errors with deck lists are, yeah, so an error with a deck list is potentially potentially going to be a game loss if it is indeed the case, at least based on this information, but I don't know for sure. Don't know for sure how that would be handled. Yeah, both the deck and the deck list are legal but do not match each other. The deck must be corrected to match the list. If this is discovered in between rounds, it is a game loss for the next round.
Okay,
so hopefully there is no
between
error.
rounds. So if it would be a game loss, it'd be a game loss for his top 4.
Oh, yeah. So then during a round, it's also a game loss.
Oh, okay.
But if it's discovered before the start of round 1, then you get a warning with no loss. But at other times, it would be a game. Hopefully the deck list is correct. It would be unfortunate if there was a loss here, but we'll have to see how it goes. Yeah, it's possible. Also, we had an out of date deck list here for the stream. Loopy has linked us to a different build, which I think is the one that he had intended to submit here, but not sure what exactly is going on with that. One way or another, it looks like they are going to continue play. So I guess perhaps the correct list was submitted, or the judge chose to act lenient here or something. Or now, wait a minute here. Did he just draw 7 cards?
All right, yeah, it must have been a paper thing, right? He must have the correct list.
Did he draw 7 cards there, man?
I'm not sure.
Am I crazy? No, he totally drew 7 cards. Yeah, I believe Loopy may have accidentally drawn 7 cards. Either that or I'm crazy, but it sure looked like it was 7. Someone in chat suggested he may be sideboarding, but it looks to me like he drew that hand in resource.
All right, per the judges, they've decided not to enforce the competitive rules, and we're gonna, with the agreement of the opponent, continue this match.
Yeah, okay. Loopy has 5 cards in hand. He should not have 5 cards in hand. Can you?
I think.
I'm pointing this out to the judge. Hopefully this gets fixed. This is not correct. Maybe a flashback from Magic the Gathering or something. But
it looks like he just drew 1 this turn, which is probably the simplest fix to that. Oh wait, no, he still has 5.
No, he still has too many because he has 9 total cards. 5 in hand, 1 in play, 3 as resources. Should have 8 total cards. Yeah, he definitely did draw an extra card. But hopefully they see this. But for the moment, it looks like we have L3 lead for Quinnland, covering the wing with no unit in play to just develop an X-Wing token. Red 5 here for Loopy, and a Cassian for Cassian Andor, not smuggled, of course, from our Anakin player. That does mean that both players have a unit in each arena, but because L3 is shielded, she cannot be removed even with Anakin's ability used here.
Yeah, I imagine it's stress and you just didn't realize you drew an extra card.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to make some blunders. Very easy to make some blunders in an event. Looks like L3 is actually now L3 actually attacked into Cassian here, which surprises me a bit. But I guess that sets up Cassian to be removed by Tarkin Town.
Yeah.
Or potentially to take. Oh yeah, and see here's why that's a better play than I first thought. If Cassian attacks and kills L3, Red 5 can ping Cassian off with that on attack ability. Now, the Anakin player swings the X-Wing into base. I think under the circumstances, I would probably rather have used Anakin's ability to trade the X-Wing for the Red 5.
Yeah, me too.
Cassian swings base. He is poised to be cleared by that Red 5, though. Okay, so then let's see here. Falcon on the field. Cassian gets cleared out by a ping. Kanan Jarrus enters play.
All right, looks like
Kanan's a
they
pretty
fixed the
strong
extra
unit.
card situation. But I mean, even
Did they?
having it for a while is a big advantage.
What do they had him draw one card on one of these draws or something?
I think they had him shuffle back a random card from the deck, which is, I mean,
Okay.
at a competitive event is not proper, but I think we're.
Yeah, I mean,
that
I think
ship
if
has
they're
sailed.
trying to get us this game to actually work for the stream or whatever, and not enforcing strict rules, that's one approach. Looks like it's going to be a daring raid into Red 5, clearing it off the board here. And Kanan poised to potentially remove L3. But if Kanan does kill L3, he can be cleared by Tarkin Town. Jam Communications removes, what card is that? Is that a Fell the Dragon? Was that a Fell the Dragon we saw discarded by that Jam Communications? I think it was.
I think it was, yeah.
Kanan Jarrus hits Quinnland's base for 4 and mills a surprise strike, healing 1 damage from his own base. Quinnland now deploying. Yoda on the field. I think that was the last remaining card in Anakin's hand. But if Yoda's defeated, it will allow another card to be drawn. And we do also have the prospect of Tarkin Town still yet to be used. So we could see L3 or Quinnland swing into either of these units for our Anakin player, and then Tarkin Town used to clear them off the board. We do also have 3 resources left for Loopy as well. L3 swings into Kanan Jarrus, Tarkin Town used to clear Kanan. Yoda still on the field and still threatening a powerful and annoying Restore 2.
All right,
But Quinnland
chat,
swings
can we calm
into
down
Yoda.
about the extra card? The situation's been resolved according to the judges and the players. I think they're all fine with it. So it's not totally competitive rules, but just let's move on.
Quinnland swings into Yoda, leaving Yoda at 1 key. Let's see what's going on here. And a heal. Force throw removes down from Anakin's hand, and that damage can now clear out Yoda. But it does mean, awkwardly, it does mean that the Yoda player now gets to draw a card, or the Anakin player rather. Did he not draw a card off of Yoda? Oh no, there we go. Anakin Skywalker deploys. Anakin at this point has +1, so swinging for 5, he would be able to kill Quinnland here. But there's another force throw, and this time the force throw discards a card from Quinlan's hand. It's a 7-cost Han Solo Reluctant Hero, and that's enough to kill Anakin in 1 hit. And now Loopy swings for 9 total damage across his 3 units, 21 HP left on Anakin's base. Six resources, or no, 7 resources. It's going to be Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, and it can give only -3/-3 at this time, I think. Or no, Anakin was killed this turn, so that's gonna be enough to. That is gonna be enough to clear Quinnland, I believe. Unless I'm missing something, Rebel Traitor. Am I missing something here?
I'm not sure. Sorry, I've been looking at something else. What's going on?
Well, maybe this is the next. Oh no, you know what? It was the next turn, and the 1 resource there was from the Falcon. Sorry, I missed what was going on. So this was the turn after Anakin had flipped. Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight was played, debuffing Quinnland. I had thought it was going to kill because Anakin was killed, but we're actually on the next turn, and the resource that I had seen spent was not from earlier in the turn. It was from the Falcon. My mistake to the viewers for losing track there for a moment. And then we're going to see some more attacks to base. Quinnland using a hotshot blaster to get some damage in even through that debuff. And now with 2 Green Squadron A-Wings and a Millennium Falcon on the board, Loopy is pouring damage onto that base, but it is the Colossus, which means there's still 13 HP remaining, and some of that is probably going to be healed here by Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight, a very powerful unit. Luke is poised to defeat Quinnland and heal the base for 3 while remaining alive, which seems like it will be a thorn in Loopy's side. That's exactly what we see here. Luke clears out Quinnland. 22 HP should, or 22 damage dealt should drop down to 19 thanks to that restore. And it looks like the restore may have been missed. I believe restore is mandatory, so they should not actually be able to miss that. Unless I'm the one who missed something. Yeah, I think the Luke Skywalker restore here did not go off for reasons that I don't understand. Another 3 damage.
All right, I'll let the judges know about the restore.
The judges are. Yeah, hopefully the judges notice this, as it's actually quite important with the base HP totals being this low. Falcon swings in for another 3. There should have been a restore 3 here, though, putting this base at 28, which would be a very different situation to what we're seeing here. Our Anakin player desperately needs anything that gives him extra health, but... Now, what is this?
It looks like Cassian came in, killed the Luke.
Cassian trades with Luke. Okay. Cassian smuggled in, comes into play ready, trades with Luke. And now, I don't know, it's looking grim for Anakin, even if he had... Oh, but he plays another Luke. That is going to allow him to kill that A-Wing. Presumably he kills the undamaged A-Wing. What? Did he debuff the Falcon? Why didn't he kill something here?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm quite confused. It looks like there's so it debuffed the Falcon instead of going after one of the A-wings. And then it looks like the game is over, I believe, as a result of his life total. I mean, it was looking grim for I think he should still be alive here with that restore that was missed. Unfortunate game. There were definitely some major like rules errors in there. Okay, they're shuffling up, and we are going to go to game 3. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there, I think. Top 8 gamer in chat suggests wouldn't have been lethal. I'm guessing he just targeted the Falcon because he thought he was dead, but he was very much alive. Yeah, if they had had those, if they had that HP total correct, I believe he could have survived that. But of course, it's possible that Loopy would have hit him with a surprise strike or something anyway if he needed that extra damage. Hard to say exactly what might have happened since that turn wasn't entirely played out, but I do think he should have gone into it with 3 more health. We are now going into game 3 of this match, and we'll see what happens in game 3.
Let's see if I can pull up the correct Loopy list.
The flying squirrel in chat says this is also Camden. They know each other decently well. Yeah, you know, I do think it's a friendly game here, not necessarily super strict enforcement, and we will see how things continue.
All right, and here is Loopy's.
Looks like our Anakin player's resourced while Loopy goes for a mulligan.
All right, this is Loopy's list. I'm showing it on screen right now. The real one with the X-34s in there. Pretty similar to what he had before, elsewise. 2 Hans, 1 Radiant 7. He's got the Shadow Hover Tanks in the sideboard and the JM Communications as well. All right, game 3. I imagine they have a time extension by now, but they probably shouldn't need it.
All right, so here is the here's an interesting situation. You know, I think they'll probably be able to complete this. This isn't the longest matchup ever. But yeah, so I think relative to that earlier list, we were now seeing no Lux Bunteri. The X-34s are present. And as you mentioned, those shadowed hover tanks now being played as well. May have been a few other changes. I didn't scrutinize it incredibly closely, but we are now going to be moving into that game. It looks like we have a R2-D2 start on from Anakin, and then an L337 from Loopy. Going into the next turn, 3 resources spent by our Anakin player. What card is that? Perilous Position, killing like L3 through her shield.
Nice.
I didn't recognize it at first because it does look to be either foil or else a sleeve that's really catching a reflection off the light. But Perilous Position is a great answer to those low HP shielded units like L337, Crafty Smuggler, Director Krennic, 7th Fleet Defender. Very solid answer there. Jam Communications looks like it misses with no events in hand. And R2 swings in for a damage to Loopy's base.
From elsewhere in the top 8. Xavier, our Targentown Sabine player, defeated a Gar Cunning player to move on. And Emmanuel, the Sabine ECL player, made it. So 2 Sabines in the top 4.
Some have thought it's going to be a time for Sabine with the other strong decks nerfed by the recent suspensions. And 2 Sabines in top 4 is a good start, but we'll see how far she can take it today. Now, this is an interesting game. There's not a lot on the phase, and that X-34 land speeder now coming in, dealing a point of damage to R2. Now, do you use Anakin's ability here to just trade these? What do you do here if you're the Anakin player, Rebel Trader?
That's difficult. I think I probably do. Although I might actually see if I can bait the target town out on an R2.
Yeah, it looks like he heads for the base. And as you say, this may mean that Tarkentown ends up getting used on a lower impact situation, although we could also just have the X-34 Landspeeder swing into R2 and clear him out on the next turn. Hard to say exactly what will happen. Hmm. Let's see how we continue here.
All right, Steela gonna pick up. Is that pillage or daring raid? I'm not quite sure.
Not. I did not see it cleanly myself. Stila Guerrera, very interesting card, by the way. Not one that saw a ton of play necessarily early on, but one that I think actually has a lot of potential. So Stila Guerrera, Beloved Tactician, is a 4-cost 4/3 from Twilight of the Republic. When played and when defeated, you may deal 2 damage to your base, and if you do, search the top 8 cards of your deck for a tactic card, reveal it, and draw it. Kind of meshes with Anakin's theme here of deriving a benefit from having damage on your base. Stats are a bit below curve there, but potentially generating substantial card advantage.
Yep. All right.
I believe
now,
she. Go ahead.
I was gonna say because Loopy didn't trade the R2 into the speeder, Loopy can now get a favorable trade, and looks like that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah. So the speeder does swing into R2 and clear him. On the other hand, this means the speeder didn't end up attacking the base this turn, and we could potentially see it being cleared out, quote unquote, for free by something like, Anakin potentially attacking into it with Overwhelm. There might be another source of small damage from a daring raid or something. Looks like it is going to be a Quinnland flip here. Quinnland on the board, met by a Cassian who does use Smuggle to come into play ready. So 3/5 on the board here for our Anakin player. Loopy still hasn't spent his resources this turn, though, and now he's going to spend all 5 of them. Is this going to be Plo Koon? Yes, it is. Plo Koon arrives swinging for 6 thanks to Coordinate being enabled and defeating that Cassian quite rapidly. 1 damage also put onto Stila Guerrera thanks to Quinnland's ability, and we could see Tarkentown being used to get Stila off the field. Indeed, that's what happens. And our Anakin player opts to take 2 damage on his base to resolve Steela's when defeated ability and search for another tactic.
Yeah, usually that 2 damage is worth another card.
And it looks like he finds a shoot down. Not necessarily the most optimal card here with Loopy not having a single unit in the space arena, but it is still another card in hand and could be resourced if nothing else. All right, we are going to see the important Anakin flip turn here, but Loopy has a big advantage on board right now with the mighty Plo Koon, as well as that X-34 Landspeeder and Quinnland Voss. And I do think that if R2 had ended up trading with the X-34 Landspeeder, it would at least mean that Plo Koon would not have Coordinate enabled in this scenario. Yoda on.
Oh, looks like we're having another dropout. Oh, are we back? Sorry, everybody.
From from a sector event. I think that's maybe another Stila Guerrera shoot down. I think it's a Fell the Dragon and then a Daring Raid. Let's see what card Loopy opts to discard here. It's going to be that Fell the Dragon. Wonder if that means he has Han Reluctant Hero in hand. Daring Raid used to clear the X-34 Landspeeder. So Plo Koon now loses his coordinate because there are only 2 units on the board, but Loopy is going to be able to remedy this by bringing out the Falcon. Millennium Falcon on the field and can swing in for 3 damage. King's Yoda for 1 when played. Anakin now hitting the field. We could potentially see Plo Koon swinging for 6 here, either into Anakin or into the base. Let's see what happens.
Anakin is only 5 attack here.
Yeah, he's not as strong as he would be in some cases. This is one of the weird things about Anakin. If you're doing relatively well and preventing your opponent from doing a lot of damage to your base, your leader flip ends up actually not being as strong. Quinnland defeats Yoda, drawing a card for our Anakin player, and then we see, I believe that's going to be an Anakin's Ether Sprite there, is that right? Or Anakin's Interceptor?
Yeah, looks like it.
Whatever that card's called. 3 damage from the Falcon, immediately clearing Anakin's Interceptor. Anakin himself, I'm really surprised that attack didn't go into Plo Koon.
Yeah, me too.
Initiative taken, and I think we're now going to see Loopy take out Anakin with the Han Solo Reluctant Hero that's in his hand. He can use Quinnland's ability to ping Anakin for 1 when playing that card, and then the ambush for 6 will defeat Anakin without taking any damage in return, and that's going to put Loopy in a very strong position. But maybe something else will happen here. Yep, there's Han. The ping on Anakin plus the swing from Han clears Anakin. And now I think Loopy is in a very strong position. One of those X-Wings on the field damaging itself to draw a card. That's going to be the new Red Squadron X-Wing from Jump to Lightspeed. Pretty solid card for Heroism Blue, to be honest. Either a 3-cost 3/4 or a 3-cost 3/2 draw card, depending on whether or not you feel like you're in need of more cards.
All right, there's another Stila.
And yeah. Stila Guerrera once again damaging the base. Now he is starting to run a little low on base HP, but it's bringing out another unit and bringing out another tactic, and it looks like it's going to be a Rival's Fall that is going to give him an option to get that Han Solo Reluctant Hero off the field. If Steel is defeated, we could, of course, see that ability triggered again. And it looks like Han is going for the base. Or no, it looked like he was going for the base, but he's actually going to clear out Stila. Now let's see. Is it going to be another 2 damage to base and another potential tactic search?
At this point,
Or are we thinking it's too low?
I'm probably not doing it. I don't know what he would get. The tactics aren't too impactful in this matchup.
I think I'm with you. I would abstain at this point. It's going to be a Yoda on the field here.
Yeah, it looks like Kira coming down, showing, I think that's Obi, Rival's Fall, Kanan, and another Yoda. And that Quinnland's going to ping the X-Wing in space.
More swings. Now, the
Keenan was
interesting thing
call.
about this is that even though Loopy's board is way better, on base HP, our Anakin player is actually winning because he has a 35 HP base, so he has 20 HP left, whereas that Tarkentown only has 11. However, we see, we see the Falcon coming out. There's a Quinnland ping. What is that card?
I think, probably either Luke or Obi.
I think it's a smuggled Cassian.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it came into play ready. Smuggled Cassian. Plo Koon swings in for 6, 21.
And that's
Smuggled
I mean,
Cassian
that could have been
defeat
avoided.
Plo Koon. Could go base for 3. Let's see what happens next. Now what happened here?
It looks like, is he playing Yoda over Yoda?
Maybe?
I'm not sure how the extra damage ended up there.
Yeah, I don't understand that. No, I think he got hit by a forced throw and he discarded
that's
the
what it
Yoda
was.
and then the forced throw inflicted 3 damage.
Yep, that's definitely what it was.
Yeah.
All right, Obi-Wan.
Okay. Yeah, there's that Obi-Wan.
That's important.
But it's not awesome here because Han can kill it in 1 hit and not take any damage in return. On the other hand, if Loopy does that, we could see +2/+2 on Yoda and draw a card. And then we could swing in for 4 damage. We'd actually be pretty close to lethal there. Both players actually getting pretty close to lethal. Weird situation in this game.
I will say, I think Camden would have been in a much better spot had he killed that Plo with the Anakin a few rounds ago.
I think perhaps so.
All right, gonna burn the Plo here, clear the Obi. Could have done the Han attack, but Han is less vulnerable than Plo.
Yeah, that's true. So, and then because Yoda is a Force or a Jedi unit or whatever, there can be a card draw there for our Anakin player. Yoda swinging, I think, at base. That's going to be 4 to base, 21, and it heals his own base for 2. 10 HP left. A surprise strike from Han would not be enough. He'd be off by 1. If he doesn't swing Han into base, though, he only has 9 damage, so he would still be off. And another swing from Yoda would actually win the game. So does Loopy have some bonus damage somewhere, or is he actually going to have to do some clearing here?
Loopy's got enough damage on board to win this turn. He's got 6, 9, 10, 12, 13. He's got 15. He
does, but if his opponent has a pump, he loses on this next action. That's the risk. Yeah, so he's going to clear. He uses Han to clear.
All right, yeah, so in that case, yeah, he's only got 9.
Now, I would not draw a card here. If he has a hotshot blaster, though, he still has this, right?
Yep, he would. Looks like Camden got initiative.
It's a surprise strike.
All right.
A little surprising there. I think he could have actually won in 1 action if he had used the surprise strike on Han. Is that right? Or would he have been off by 1? No, he would have been off by 1. So he cleared that in case there was some pump. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, it's gonna be a victory for Loopy this match, and we're gonna be moving on soon to the top 4.
All right. I'm gonna turn off the stream for a bit, which means we're gonna have a new link that'll go out, but hopefully the quality will be a bit better because my computer's gonna get to breathe for a second. So we'll be back in a bit.